the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Yes, what you about today? Spoon. Beseku. Spoon TV. Spoon. Balaba. Spoon. Skibidi dabado.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today? Spoon TV. Yes, faju badile o.
Spoon
Beseku.
Spoon TV, Spoon
Bada 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 bada.
Spoon
Skibidi bidi dabado.
Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment.
Kuwa. Beseku kudileo. Kuwa kudileo.
Todo Spoon to get
Yes,
your information. Todo Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Todo Spoon to get your information. Todo Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon.
Okay, folks, again, we want to say thank you for joining us tonight on another edition of the program. This is Spoon. We are here live across Radio Land, and thanks to all of you across the country for joining us tonight. Yes, Spoon Talk is back on your radio, and I want to say welcome to our folks in Radio Land across the internet, and thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. Dr. Richardson, good evening to you.
Nelson, hello. It's good to see you. I want to echo what you just said. I want to welcome everyone to Spoon. This is your radio station, and we're just going to give you the news as it comes. So welcome, and it's good seeing you here. Nelson, so how's your day today?
Oh yes, my day was good. It's been a rainy day, cloudy, little partly cloudy as well, and there was a little bit of rainfall in some areas today, but it's been a good day so far. Uh, During the rainy season, one thing that most people are thankful for is that we don't experience too much heat, like the regular January or December or November, somewhere around there. So it's been a good day today. Yeah.
Yes, I'm reading my weather report here that I have on my phone. It says that it's very cloudy in Monrovia right now. The highest degree was 81, and the lowest was 77.
Yeah.
Now it is 78 degrees in Monrovia and cloudy. It is rain, 35% rain is expected at 9 o'clock to 9 p.m. And then it's going to remain cloudy for the rest of the night. So if you, can cut up with someone, I would advise that you do that because it's rainy.
Yeah.
Just be
Yeah.
just be careful. Yes. You sound like you sound like you are recovering from a cold, Nelson.
Yeah, exactly. Especially during the rainy season, uh, it's almost like a normal thing here.
Yeah.
Most times you come down with cold and stuff like that. Yeah, but I'm gradually recovering from it. Yeah,
Yes, yes,
you're right.
yes. It's amazing. It is hot here in my neck of the wood. I also am recovering. I was sick. I think last week I had a cold, but I think mine is from, my grandson bringing his virus home or bacteria home, whatever he brings home. My husband actually had to shut down. My husband is. I like to say that he enjoys his job. He never stop working. He just goes. And so the doctor actually had to order him to stay home for 2 days, because he didn't feel
Wow.
well. He was still going, and he wouldn't listen. As typical man, you don't listen to women. So, so I said, okay,
Hmm.
go to the doctor. The doctor will give you an order to stay home. So she did. So he went back to work. But it's been hot over here, very hot.
Wow.
But all is well. Yeah, all is well on my neck of the wood. Today I took a very lazy day. I'm here with you until 4:25. I'm going to hop over and start my class, my practicum class. This is a class where my students get to go out into the world at different psychological sites, sometimes
Okay.
hospitals, prisons, private practices, organizations. And so then they come back every week. And there's about what? About maybe about 8 or 9 persons in this class, if I'm thinking correctly. And they are explaining to me. I start the class off by just checking in with everybody, asking them how they're doing, how was the week, and then of course, anybody have any clinical matter they need to discuss, anybody have any administrative matter they need to discuss, and then we have one person who has an entire class, and they have to present a case that they're working with on their practical at the practical site, and then we give them feedback. They have to discuss, how they conceptualize the client's problem, what kind of intervention they provided, what did the research says, about the intervention, or the theoretical approach that they're using, any challenges, how they had any diversity consideration, ethical problems, did they consult with anybody? So those are the things, the supervision, how was supervision? So those are the things that I check in with them with. So I'm going to be transitioning in the next few minutes to that class. And I'll be there. If I finish early or whatever, we don't have anything else to discuss, then I'll come back to talk to you guys. But yeah,
Okay.
usually when I get out, I have something to do. I try to make myself busy. I'm reading articles, I'm calling students, I'm emailing people, checking all my millions of emails. But the day after, I stayed in bed a little longer, didn't do
Wow.
anything. Yeah, I was nothing. I'm not gonna die now because yeah, that's all. I woke up, I took my time. I didn't do anything. I just actually signed up on the computer. I actually was, just doing nothing. The day just went by not doing nothing. I ate well, that's about it. And so I'm not going, hope that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, certainly. And it's also good for it's also good for the body, it's good for your health as well. Sometimes you just take up an entire day to rest, and just sometimes staying away from the usual outdoor activities, going here and there to attend to a whole lot of things. And the good thing about technology now is that people work from home. A lot of people now have the opportunity to work from home, so it makes it even more convenient. You can tour the entire world just from the comfort of your home while you do other things. Yeah. So
Yeah. Usually I'll be on the phone, I would be reading, preparing for class, looking at things from different perspectives, like I've read the case already. I was like, no, I'll do that later on when the students. I usually give the students time to review the case, so when they review it, I'll be reviewing too. I won't be overly prepared, like so. So today was different. Didn't do maybe okay. Maybe I should do this more often. Nelson, don't do anything. I did spot check, of course. I will always spot check Liberia's news, and read my text messages from family members. So yeah, I did do that. I want to give a shout out to a very dear sister of mine, Sierra Tunis, and Sierra may be coming on Spoon Talk Business to discuss her business. Sierra is quite an entrepreneur in the Philadelphia area. Anybody who knows about Beaumont Bridge, they know about Sierra. She owns this. It's like a little gathering spot, something you'll find in Morovia. And they're doing grilled fish, chicken,
oh,
roasted
okay.
meat, corn. So yesterday evening, my husband and I stopped by there, and it's outside. So you sit there outside. I'm trying to figure out, like, I wanted a spot in Morovia that was just outside, and it's just where she has everything And it was just really nice. It was really nice. So I just want to give. We've been friends for forever, for forever. So I
Okay.
shout out to Sierra, and thank you for everything that you do for me and my family. She's always helping out. Actually, we had a discussion about how we're gonna plan my daughter's graduation party, which is coming up. And she's going to be very instrumental in helping me cook and all of that stuff. So that's one of
Wow.
the reasons for my visit. She's a true friend, a really true friend. Yeah.
Hmm. Wow. Yeah.
And
So I'm adding my voice.
everybody who was there, and it's so fun. That's I gotta tell you. I'm sorry before you go into the news. I
Mhm.
forget sometimes that I on spoon, especially when I'm in places. And so I walk into the place and people are staring, and I'm like, I'm here for the CCI and do my business and whatever. And then my husband says to me, "Those people over there are asking, they're calling you." He called my attention, and everybody were Spoon fans. They watch Spoon a
Mhm.
lot. Now when I went, of course, I realized. I said, "Oh, okay," and then I went over and said, it's amazing. I'm sorry. I'm like, and I'm always, my mind is just in different place other than where it needs to be sometimes. And he called my attention, those guys over there, you need to go say hi. You need to speak to those people over there. They're looking at you and they were calling you. And I didn't see that. Oh, my mind was, I gotta go see Sierra. We got this to discuss
Mhm.
the daughter thing. She's doing her business. I order my food and all of that stuff. So I walked over, obviously I didn't know they were speaking to me. So I walked over them and spoke to them. And they love Spoon. They really do. I mean, they were just
Wow.
like, we watch Spoon all the time. She has a big screen TV there that she puts Spoon on sometimes. It's just amazing. Amazing.
Wow.
So yeah, that's the power of Spoon. So I want to just say shout out to all of the guys at it's called Beaumont's Bridge. So at Beaumont's Bridge, I want to just say shout out to you, Sierra, Simone, and everybody at Beaumont's Bridge. Yes.
Yeah. It was really good that you did that because the fact that you're a public figure when you go out and people get to embrace you this way, they want to interact with you, and maybe for some reason, sometimes it's not intentional, but if you didn't reciprocate that energy, then they get a few disappointed, and then they judge you the entire time by that single interaction,
Yes.
for
Yes.
every
And
time they see you, they say, "Oh, Dr. Richardson, she
they
doesn't."
speak to me or shit. Yeah, I know how to, and I'm and so like you forget sometimes because I'm only human, and I'm not in front of the camera. So sometimes when I'm not in front of the camera, I'm just plain old Doctor. Well, not even plain old special. My
Yeah.
nickname people call me special. So for my husband, luckily he has a thing. He's gotten used to it now. He's mostly he's the background. The wind beneath my wings. And so he's
Mhm.
like, so he got his eyes around. He's like, oh, you didn't speak to those guys over there. They were all calling your attention. And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. So he after when he came up to the house, he called me, and so I went back out and I had to speak to them. So, but yes, you're right, Nelson. Sometimes we just, you forget you. I'm so driven and intentional about why I was at Seattle. But we had a good time. My husband said, I'm gonna be at Beaumont's Bridge to do my hangout this summer. I don't know who he's gonna go with because he's not going or me, so I don't know how he's gonna get there, but that's a whole different topic now, Nelson.
Certainly, certainly. Yeah. We
So
we. Mhm. Yeah.
yeah,
Go
so
ahead,
you can
Doctor.
go into you can go into the news. I'm gonna be leaving you shortly to go into the
Oh,
class in about 2 or 3 minutes. So if you want to, you can either go into the news or take calls, take the temperature of people in Liberia,
okay.
what are they thinking, what are the thoughts. I know there's many things going on. I'm too bad that I will not be here from the beginning of the show, man. I feel bad.
So many things going on. Plenty of things going on in your country. and, it's, and somebody said for every time you listen to the news, there's always something interesting. There's always something new about Liberia, and that will two things. You either get excited about Liberia or you get discouraged. And there's always something in the news, and I think that's how it is. And yes, so a lot is happening. Too many things are happening. So many things going on in the country. Well, there was this press conference that the CDC held yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. Yeah. So they during that press conference, they accused Mr. Eugene Fagon of the DG of the LBS of denying them airtime because they have some program or something coming up, and they wanted airtime. They wanted to air their jingles and all of those things. So according to them, the DG denied them the opportunity to make
Hmm.
use of the public broadcaster.
My people, I
So
said will come into tonight. It will not be easy.
so but the DG on the other hand said their jingle or whatever was full of too much of militancy. They were too. I don't know how to put it, but there was too much of a militancy. It wasn't moderate, to that extent. So, but on the backdrop of that, Representative Yeke Koluba, a a former, or should I say, a supporter, one of the frontliners in the election who supported the Unity Party or the Rescue Mission, um, then decided to write a communication uh, asking the plenary to summon the Director General of LBS, Mr. Eugene Fagon, to give reasons why he denied the CDC access, to the public broadcaster, the LBS. Why he should give reasons why he didn't allow the CDC to air their jingles or make use of that entity, since in fact that entity is not like a private institution, but it belongs to the Liberian people. And whether opposition, ruling position, or no position, everyone should have access to that medium. So he he crafted the communication, and so this is where we are. We're looking forward to seeing as to whether tomorrow they will actually get to summon the DG of the LBS.
Well, Nelson, I feel bad that I have to go, but I want Liberians to do me a favor and share the show. Just listen to what Nelson is talking about. It's going to be bombastic. It's going to be, just filled with news. And so you need to know, you need to be in the know. So share the show, and I will see you guys. Hopefully, I will have an opportunity to join the show depending on how my students are doing today. So I'll talk to you guys later. All right. Bye bye. Nelson, that new sound you say it's sweet. I mean, just I gotta go.
Okay, the urgency. Yeah, so that's one aspect of it, and this is where we are with that. And then on the flip side, the vice president of the Republic of Liberia is currently in Spain. He's currently in Barcelona, Spain, attending the 25th edition of the African Energy Forum. That's been going on from the 25th. It's expected to end on the 28th of June. And the forum is bringing together senior government officials and private sector executives to explore the opportunities for expanding public and private cooperation in the energy sector. So why the vice president is attending this very important forum on Tuesday, the 25th of June, the World Bank, a group, announced the approval of a second disbursement of some 45 million United States dollars for Liberia's renewable energy solar power intervention project. And so that was being revealed by the vice president, Jeremiah Kuhn, His Excellency, who is currently in Spain. And then Lots of other things happening, but it's already 8:30, so we will go to the phone lines and take your calls. We take some calls out there and get to know the issues on your mind. The CEO and the rest of the team will be here shortly as we will be starting the show officially. But let's take some calls. Let's get to know what's on your mind. What is it you want to talk about? What is that issue of concern? Is it health? Is it a political issue? Do you want to talk about sanitation, the environment, economic issue? Just whatever it is you want to talk about. Let's open the lines so we get to hear from you tonight on the program. This is Spoon Talk. Nelson Colette. Thanks for joining us. So the number to call is 05551010750 05551010750. That's the number to call, and you'll be live on the show tonight. Um, I'm gonna put the WhatsApp number up as well, so you can call via WhatsApp and make your contribution tonight on the program. So let's go to the phone lines now and start to take your calls. Beginning with this first person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from, sir.
Yeah, I'm Tom Spagla calling from Coca-Cola Factory.
Yeah, let's hear you, sir. What's on your mind?
Yeah, my concern having to do with electricity. The meter is being sold for 150. And people who getting the meter, they are paying for.
Oh, too bad we lost that caller. We'll take another person. Hello. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. You're live. Let's hear you. Your name and where you call from.
My name is Alex. I'm from
You're calling from where?
Steven Tower.
Okay, please go ahead quickly, sir. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I beg me. You got to advise some journalists. The money got it. The man all of those called to be questioning the president. And to Korea, not Korea. The advise money.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Let's take another person. Hello, you're live.
Good evening.
This is Nelson. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
Oh, Nelson, this is Wilbert Way and a call from the Oro.
Wilbert, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Okay, thank you. So, I just want to be as brief as possible.
Yeah.
I'm calling on the president. Please, Mr. President, Liberian people are looking up to you. Anybody that is not doing things in accordance with your agenda, you will let that person come home and mind the children and the grandchildren. To not follow the Liberian leaflet. If you to do that, be the basis for which they will use to continue to do also of what we all pray as government to do. We elected people that on the struggle for the past 6 years. You are there now. No excuses. We hear every day, oh, we take our time. Yet we come back to say, oh, Liberian problem and small problem. So we don't have time to solve Liberian problem. It starts from the very day you go inaugurated. We expect you to do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. We take another person. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just what I'm about is I do this thing. So I got to be this thing. It's not because we have often of that we will terror. So what is that is happening? I want to make sure we are doing this. The men and the country, anyway, you wear there, you do the so we gotta be different, man.
Thank you.
That you want to go, everyone is good at his own rule. Anything that you want to get follow, that it's not about thing. I don't mind.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's talk to another person here. Hello. Hello. Please walk away from your radio. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from.
Hello, Nancy.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Okay. I just want to.
You are very low. Can you be audible a bit? Yeah.
Okay, just a word of encouragement to encourage our father, Mr. President. You know, understand that Liberian people we that voted him, we very much him to deliver. Hope every day I
Okay.
suppose one of our people that we should deliver. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. You are very low. But thank you for your input. Let me welcome the CEO. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you very much, Nelson. Are you still taking calls?
We could take a few more.
Sure. Let's listen to the Liberian people. Let's hear what they have to say.
Okay, so we would take this person. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. Your name and where you call from.
I'm from Bena calling from Kakata.
Okay, Armstrong, go ahead. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Okay, well, my mind is about the educational sector of this country here.
Okay.
I try to say education in Liberia is a mess. The only time it will stop from going to the bad stage is when government school teachers are increased. The only time it's better. Yes. You
Okay.
can, even though tell them how instructional material, to be computer in the school,
Okay.
if the teacher are not very far.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Increase the teacher's salaries. Hello.
Yes, hello, Nelson.
Yeah, please go ahead. Your name and where you call from.
My name is Laura Zukoli,
Okay.
and I'm calling you from Old Road.
Laula Zukoli, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Nelson, hi to the CEO, Waterspoon. I want to say thank you for the show, and it's an opportunity to speak on Spoon today.
Okay.
My issue has to do with the health crisis in Lofa. There's a serious protest in Lofa where the health workers are back off from our job. Health facilities have been closed down because the Minister of Health made an appointment. The CHO and the health workers are saying they don't need him. So I'm calling on the CEO to help us and speak to our Lofa County caucus. They are calling the ministers. I'm also using the media now to talk to our health workers to return to work. Our people are suffering. They are dying. The common people feeling the pain. Dr. Rafi don't have any relative in Lofa County that he's going to suffer. He's going to feel any pain from this protest. I want to also use the time to call Amara Corner, Senator DeLong.
Okay.
Let them speak it out tomorrow in the House, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Hello.
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead. You're live. Let's hear you.
yes, where the people in said, Honorable Anton to bro, the behavior of them when it comes to the business is very bad. You
Okay.
can pay for meter, and at the end of the day, they tell you 21 days and they give you 3 months. They encouraging the people to be stealing current. You can get somebody can pay for meter and you tell the person say in 3 months, in 3 weeks time come for a meter. The how you call it, say they change it to 3 months. They'll give you the 3 months. 3 months, and that's the situation we're facing with her. We have paid for meter in 3 months now. We can get meter.
Thank
we can
you.
get the current.
Thank you very much for your input. We take another person. Hello.
How you know?
Yes, you're live on the show. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, there's a call calling for Flema USA.
Bago, let's hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for Flema Spoon family. Yeah, Nelson. Thank God so much to the president. I got Liberian people say, and now say, the work, I saw the boss, the 2 bosses brought, at least it will help. Look, the country Nelson for every Liberian, we had to put him around and build the country, everything. And thank God the president listen president. He can listen to every show on the radio platform. Yeah. And
Okay.
those ministers, everyone, when I want to work and want to honor man, you should fire.
Thank you.
Before you never do the work for the Liberian people, they'll create an enter the country tomorrow. It is benefit for you in us, you know, it is benefit for my country, and for every Liberian, for everything want to create, it will not get us nowhere.
Thank you.
Everything you are in power, then yeah, you maintain the power, but you
Thank you.
do it today, then
Let's hold you there.
you want to fight power, you cannot fight. We all gotta put here.
Thank you there, Paco.
No one.
Thank you, Paco. Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. Walk away from the radio, please.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's call it. How you doing? Thank God. My first time calling your show. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, go ahead.
The Shushan boy will be protesting against the police for kicking them off the street. And whether you can call about.
Oh.
The money that we protesting against central bank for the rape, you can call about should be part of it. The sidewalk women who sit on the sidewalk, who can't allow the people to sweep the street to be protesting, you can call about to be part of them. We tell God, thank you for your call about. Let him continue. Let God be with him. Anything that stands in the way of any action against the government in the form of protest, then you can support it. You say it's really in the country, that broadcasters are not scripted. When we were doing journalism in this country, everything you say on the radio is scripted. You carry an announcement for any ministry of government, it has to be edited. So that it can be airworthy.
Okay.
Seriously, they tell you this one for the people really get a lot or edited is not possible. That's not journalism.
Thank you.
Today.
Thank you very much for your input. Hello, you are live. Let's hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
I'm having the year calling from Peace Island.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just appealing to our president of Liberia to talk on behalf of the labor. Hello?
Yeah, the labor.
Yeah, because right now, some of us, we got lots of children that we send it to school. And since the motorbus, people move on the street, they see that the Liberian people, they see that when they don't pay our house money, they will tell them, say, we don't want to work, we will go and ride our motorbus. They use the opportunity now, they don't care, they don't even get time to pay them, and they use them until so that when they even come in the night, they're sleeping, they will be complete on their body because the leader in their country, they don't care for their citizens to talk on behalf of them. So the people are rather using our men there. They don't even pay them good money in this country. We suffering.
Okay. So you want for them to bring the motorbike back in the street? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm trying to say, because they used to ride by. So right now, they see that when they start there, they don't got nothing to do and no job, no company, they don't have any other thing, they're forced to do it. So the president should speak on the line of labor. That is talk on it at least for them to really help our brothers and sisters that are working with the Liberian people.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your input. Should we take two more and then?
Okay, sure. Take two more. Go ahead. Take two more.
Okay. Hello. You are live. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Nelson. Well, this is Andrew Wisha. I want to say thanks to the CEO. You know, CEO, I want to encourage you to be very proactive against this government because you told the Liberian people that this government is coming on the mantle of change. And when I listen to you, and I used to listen to Spoon. But in recent time, I've been monitoring you. You have been very much objective. Do not deviate from it. The Liberian people are looking at everybody that spent yesterday and said Georgia government was the bar in the West. And today, if they cannot criticize against President Baga government, they will not be doing justice to our people. So I want to encourage you all of the platform hosts are on the show. Let us play the right and the wrong to where it belongs. We shouldn't deviate. It's the only way we make Liberia a better country. CEO, I have a number. Reach out to you for how you have some discussion. The next thing is that the Liberian National Police
they are
all around the street. They are all around the street. They have chaplains all around arresting motorbike in violation issue. At night, the street is vulnerable, there is a need for the police to ensure that in the night, they see Charlie Papa like been posted in the day to tell Moloba going. They see Charlie Papa should be posted in the night at the early morning to detect criminals from roaming across the entire city. I want to appeal to the director of police. We are telling you because this is your job and your co-officer, you try to implement it. We cannot continue to live in this type of country with so many fears. The criminal rate is getting high, and when you say the truth, people go against you for that. But we will always say the truth because Liberia is the only country that can never be deported from. Thank you so much, Kule.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Well, I think this is where we are.
So you say you would take two. You take one last one. That's it.
Okay. Okay. So let me squeeze in the last one here.
Yeah, you want to squeeze in last one.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Elsie?
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
You are live. Please go ahead. Let's hear you.
My name is God. I'm calling from Ghana, Quebec.
Okay.
My condition to my house to do with two sectors in this country.
Okay.
Like our sister just spoke about the labor ministry.
Mm-hmm.
But the self-centeredness in this country is destroying the citizen of this country. People who are heading to position, they don't have enough of the people. Even as you just spoke about how they are depriving our own Liberians, working with the Indian, the Nigerian, the Lebanese, and the Chinese in the country. We are very slaves to these people. And these guys, people who are heading the opposition, again, nothing to do to even show interest for the people in this country. So please try to check on those kind of people there.
Thank you.
And that sector again has to do with the immigration. Hey, those are strategic for this country. People who are really want to be in the position. There are agents that enter this country on a daily basis, and people who are on duty in no places when else they want to speak, they hear or just call and say, look, if you know that, no, they release the protocol. Then where are we going in the country? They have been existing too long. People try to see how they can visit the kind of sectors. That it's killing us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
That's it. Still ringing.
Yeah, it's still ringing a lot.
But let's listen to the people. I mean, I don't really talk to Benny yet. Let's listen to the people.
Okay, let's take this.
Let me go from. Actually, I can go. I can go.
Hello, you're live.
I can go.
Yeah, okay. I'm just calling from Nigeria. Then, okay, I need a number. What happened is that they man they called Dwaru, who always on the show there. Dwaru should take time how to talk to the people, more especially the parliamentarian. He really he call it back to do good things. They can't vote in country or any country where he's famous. We don't say we against what he's saying, but you should take time to express, what you want to say to the people. It should not almost like insulting parliamentarian. Tomorrow it will be him. Let him take that. Then the second thing I have to do with this dude, man, we all on the show. Don't know that he can defend we are the best. Let him live and take what he wants so he can go take out every day. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. What really bothers me is the money sector.
Okay.
Really, I observe that government is not proactive because you check all over Liberia. Some of the places I observe, you will see a lot of people just digging all over, taking the resources. You don't have no darkness.
That would be very crying.
These are things that are supposed to help some of us. But the people, those are the sending their inspectors. They have their interest. They can either the one inspect, but they take people, the money for them, and they selling it, they're putting the money in their pocket, they're taking their inspector, they have jacket on them. So we are telling the government, those who are ready to work, let it work.
Okay.
Those who are not ready, let it try to leave. Because these things can bring problems. Some of us, when we see our heart can we be suffering in this country, people just may use our resources like this. There's not go back to market. But they just take those places as a go back to place. Somebody you see them, they go, they're racking the show, doing the show, this and that. What I want for?
Thank
All
you.
these things you gotta go that right.
Thank you very
but
much for
they
your
are taking
input.
pay. Excuse me, Nancy. They are taking pay at the same time they're stealing from us. Why are you supposed to behave like this? This is criminal behavior. You get clean clothes on TV. But as you pull me take something, then they say, whoa. These are the people that are causing problem in this country here. I want CEO to talk on this seriously.
Thank you.
Seriously, let us talk on this. If they're not able to help us, let government tell us that, okay, we're not able. Then we, the citizens that owns our country, we can take complete control. Then we can control them. Let us see those that will come and dig hole that don't have paper. Then they will tell us the reason why they are taking. But this thing is good. They are taking also. Some of people are getting more right now, but if you are in the country from my home, there are places when you see my brother, you know what to make fun. So what is for?
Thank you very much for your input, sir.
Not the leaf so the go so the start beating. Those things are not correct.
Thank you.
With a BB jacket inspector. Then they behind the woman nozzing all over in the bush over there. Then they say they are working. When the moon ends, then they go, they say they are salary, they cancel them. What are they there for? These are nonsense they carry on this. But that's
okay.
This will bring problem.
So let's take another person. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead. Your name and where you call from.
My name is Dennis Savara.
Go ahead.
I just want to ask for Eddie Jumama for long again here. Where is she? How's she coming on now? I'm not concerned. Thank you.
She's trying.
Hello.
That's why Eddie Jumama, you can't answer the man. You don't.
She's trying. She's doing okay.
Eddie Jumama doing well, yeah. But I'm waiting for you to give.
I'm not getting Eddie Jumama problem.
Hello.
Thank you for asking.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Go ahead. Let's take it. I think you're the final caller also. But let's hear you.
I tell God, I leave from the country today, my man. This one here for people to get to it can be easy. Yeah, my man. Thanks for open the station and charge today. God bless me. But my concern is the people that spearhead us. Let them look down to the poorest people. But it's the people that tomorrow, when they want the power again, they can come back to the power. If we crying for anything, let the try to understand what we're crying for. Let the try to investigate. But when we say this, the people will forget. They will forget that they will need something for us for tomorrow. Our legislature, they are the problem for me. That my concern. Our legislature, they are the problem for the entire country that we in. If we can say we can just accuse president, but the legislators, they are the actual problem for us. They not for favor, they not get nothing to think about us.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying now. We get children, no job, nothing. When the people come with the company, they want to put a bribe them before they can go through any documentation. So at the end of the day, we can be successful. It can happen.
Thank you.
They think that they are Liberian and they have people that live below the.
Thank you.
Let us think on that.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your input. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you. So I think we have.
That's it?
Yeah, we have.
Thank you very much, Nelson. We want to say hi to everyone. If we don't call your name because we're not seeing your name very clear, I am not seeing. I'm just here as a blind man today. But I believe we're good, right, Nelson? Lenny, how you doing?
Amazing.
Thank God.
Very amazing. Today is a big day for Liberia.
I ask you one question.
Are you telling today that big day for Liberia?
You said amazing. That one answer was good. I don't think
big day for Liberia today.
Mommy, what's up?
Doing good. I mean, everything is fine here. I
know you move now because you're in the leg and crying.
I mean, I've been who ever seen by.
I know you home now. You're in the leg and crying. When I hear her crying, I know you home.
I've been home ever since.
A lot of stuff going on. Nelson, thank you. Hang on with us. And, you know, the rest of the guys coming on. I want to say hi to everybody, Liberian home and abroad. We want to say thank you for joining Spoon. Share the show. Invite your friends, your family members. Let's have a great time today. Glenny, a lot of stuff is happening in the country. A lot of stuff. I mean, on the international front with sport, you will celebrate your children as they bring in more victory home to Liberia. We'll get to that. I want to say to all of you guys that just called on Spoon, share this thing, get glued to the radio. Let's talk about everything. Everything. My friend, I will start a conversation like this. This is our government. And we should do everything we can to make this government work for the people, work by the people, work with the people. Okay? We should do that. Whether you find yourself to be of sedition, you from Unity Party, you from ACOP, you from ALP, you from LPP, CDC, you from NMP, half a Liberty Party, Musability, half a Liberty Party, Yombi Kanka Lawrence. Who owns Liberty Party for the sake of God? How long we've run with this issue? Musability refused to give the party back to Yombi. He said he would never, ever give the party to Yombi. I don't know why. Musa said he would take that party to CDC 2029. And, you know, he said that 2023 he did, and he's saying that again. So, I mean, I don't know. But you know that Dillon ran on CPP ticket, Yombi ran on CPP ticket, Borchas ran on CPP ticket, so they are CPP. Right? Am I making a mistake, Mami? I'm correct, right?
With
during the election 2020, they ran on the coalition ticket. Now, it was a CPP.
No, it was the United Party. It was the United Party coalition.
No, but it was CPP.
No, it wasn't CPP at the time. It was after.
No, now you understand that they had two different CPP. The first one that broke, that fell apart, and the second one that finally dissolved the entirety and how you call him? What's his name? Combe Stoke. That part.
Yeah, the second one that they formed with the Unity Party, they call it Unity Party Coalition.
The one that did on the ran on in 2020.
Oh no! I thought you talking about the president.
No, the one that did on the ran on 2020. Which party they ran?
CPP.
It was CPP, but are two different CPPs though.
No, I'm saying that they ran on the CPP ticket.
Yes, at that time it was CPP.
Yes, so the one on the CPP ticket, but now there's no CPP. There is no Liberty Party they can run on. So time to come, they will have to figure out which party they are running on. That's my argument. So wherever party you find yourself on, CPP, NPP, CDC, ALP, whatever P you find yourself running under, welcome to Spoon Talk. Let's discuss Liberia. Let's discuss the issue of Liberia. That's what we're asking. You can go as Uncle Sam, jump from one party, from NPP to CDC to Liberian People Party. Wherever Uncle Sam finds himself, he's Uncle Sam. Wherever, you know, Fadiga finds himself, Fadiga is a Liberian. I mean, we welcome everybody. You know, 1 minute Fadiga said Joseph Burger is not a leader for Liberia. The next minute he said Joseph Burger is a leader. Fadiga, we welcome you. This is the Spoon Talk. We do not discriminate. We do not. We do not discriminate on the Spoon Talk. I got no discrimination in my blood. But let me finish by. Yeah, I just can't. I love my country so badly that I will never discriminate. I will bring everybody on and we'll discuss the issue. Whether you bring in 285 yellow F moving machine, whether you bring in 2 old buses, come let's talk. Whether we still get asset recovery or we don't have asset recovery, come let's talk. Let's talk the people talk. What are the government of Liberia asking for over $60 million as a first payment for this F-moving machine? I heard the information today, Uncle Sam. My hair began to swell. You know I got big hair, Uncle Sam. Imagine somebody making my hair swell. How would the government ask for over $60 million for F-moving machine? I don't know. Where the document for this F-moving machine? I'm happy it's coming. Some people say it's already at the port. It will be talking tonight. It will be on tomorrow. We'll have a parade. We'll celebrate. Oh, yes, Christ have come. A new day in Liberia. We will march from the Freeport to the executive mansion, from the executive mansion to the ministerial building, from the ministerial building, and everybody will be taking it into the different county. All the lawmakers will come on board. Everybody will celebrate. I'm happy. Show me the document. Show me the document. Show me what is on the paper. How much will Liberia pay? That's what I'm asking. Is it free? Uncle Sam, one day, one of his South African friends woke up in the morning and said, let's send over 100 millions of 200 or 300 millions worth of equipment to Liberia. Is it free? I mean, these are just one answer. These are answers that we need so badly as a country. I don't like the government. When somebody says I don't like the government, just ask them how we got here. It would just answer that one question. So we're going to be having a wonderful show. As you can see, the Babalu Abdullah Mame, he's here. He's ready to rock and roll. Uncle Sam Jackson is here. He's ready to rock and roll. Fadiga, I don't know where he's coming from, whether it's the Fadiga of the old or the Fadiga of the new. If you are the real Hussein Fadiga, please stand up. Granny JJ, she not change her name again. When they train them win small trophy, she can put that name there. 2024 months.
Her name has not been changed.
She's here. I want to say, are you here with us? Are you joining us? Let's rock and roll. Let's make this show juicy. If it is true that the government of Liberia is asking for $60 million as a first down payment to this F-moving machine, we got to ask the question. If it is true that Sylvester Graceberry wrote a personal letter to Enfield saying that because Paul Kennedy is appearing on Spoon Talk, he needs to resign and they will fire him, we got a problem.
Are you serious?
Granny, let me do my intro. I said that quietly, I don't bother anybody, the thing can come to me. If it is true, that's a problem. So once you appear on Spoon Talk and Graceberry don't like you no more, that's why Graceberry ain't get Fadiga job yet. Because he's on Spoon Talk.
You'll be
but
right.
for you to write a letter and say, Paul Kennedy, they should fire him?
Sure.
But Sylvester Graceberry to call the Enfield managing director and say they must fire Paul Kennedy? We are on a very serious, very, very serious territory here. The IMF had a meeting today. And they say, Uncle Sam, you'll love this because you're the man from LSE. You follow IMF. They say our country is in a bleak, B-L-E-A-K, bleak place when it comes to IMF. So I will leave that with you for you to explain what I mean. The situation needs to change. The government needs to have a 360-degree turn. I will leave it with you to tell me what I mean. Folks, as you share the show, let's have fun. Let's talk Liberia. Let's think Liberia Bible work. Together, let's love Liberia. What you're going to take home today will be so big. What you're going to take home today will be something that will be elevating. What you're going to take home today will be something that will go down in history because it will save your children, your grandchildren, those in the hospital. It will save our country because we have no party affiliation. We're only obligated to you and you alone. Glennie, your intro. We're going to please, guys, let's do this thing quick. I think Glennie got to go back to the time because some people say, you didn't let me talk plenty. You let me talk small. So Glennie, we give everybody 1 minute. Right now, it's 5:04. Oh, that's my birthday, May 4th. It's 5:04, Glennie. You can go ahead. You talk till 5:06.
Well, it's a great day. It's a great day for everybody. It's good to be here on Spoon talking all of this stuff. But I know sentencing will get to it, but I'm excited for Liberia. Congratulations to Team Liberia. Congratulations to the coaches, Coach Sayan Cooper, Coach Kute Mawen, they've been at it, they're stuck with these young kids. Thank you to our children. Special congratulations to Joseph Famule. He has now become the fastest athlete in Africa, winning the 200 meters and the 100 meter. This is an amazing thing for Liberia. Congratulations, Joe. To your mother, I want to say thank you so much to all of them. But this is it's a win for Liberia. Now, when people hear us running or they hear us in competition now, especially at the competition, they're gonna say Liberia is coming again. Oh, so it's an amazing win for our country. Thank you, everybody. But Stanton, I'm intrigued by the news on what you talk about Paul Kennedy. I really hope that's not true, because that's just I don't know. I hope that is not true, that Sylvester Graceful didn't do that, because that would be infringing on somebody's right and their freedom. Unless the law prohibits government officials or whatever from speaking, then that's something that yes. So we'll see.
Yeah, we're going to get into it, and I think Paul Kennedy will be coming. I don't know what he ate, but we got document that Sylvester Graceful is requesting that Paul Kennedy be fired. I'm not saying that. He spoke to the Enfield director, and it's out there already. Ambula Mame, let's hear you, my brother.
I want to begin with congratulating some group of Liberians led by Phil Dixon. They've been making sense. I mean, Glendy started with this whole congratulation thing. It just ran to my mind. There are a group of Liberians organized in Liberia who lead this international quizzing competition. Take brilliant young Liberians, take them to quizzing competitions, both in and out of Liberia. For the first time, they were able to win a university or a U.S. quizzing team in the U.S. There are more details that will come, but it speaks to how we have challenges in the country, whether it's in education. But yet and still, there are good people struggling and trying to show light on the potential the country has. Most of the kids don't have lights in their homes. I mean, they don't eat regular meals, but they burn the candles. They spend time to study. They are committed to developing their capacity for the future of their country. Phil Dixon and his team has done extremely well to organize them. He has committed his life as a young man to improving the capacity of young people through academic competition, quizzing. Brought them to America, and for the first time, they were able to break a glass ceiling. I just want to congratulate them, and probably we can find time to talk more about what they're doing.
Thank you, Mame.
Education.
Thank you very much, Mame. Let me bring in Fadiga. Your 1 minute, sir.
Well, I just want to be grateful that we are here again today. A lot is going on in the country right now. It's an honor to be here with my esteemed colleague that will come here every day to inform the Liberian people on what is happening back home. Liberia is a country that have cultivated a bad culture for years. Something has to change. I wish that we can all realize it and put this country first. When you ask an American, he will say God and country first. When you ask a Liberian, he will say me, myself, my family, and my small clique, my tribe. We need to learn to love this country. We need to learn to love it if it was our own child. We need to learn to cuddle it, that when anything hurt this country, we feel it in our heart. Liberians are not taught to love this country. And that's the difference between us and a lot of our other African countries. We need to learn to love this country. Love it as if to say it was our own child. That's how I want to open today.
Thank you very much. Oh, to God be the glory. Fadiga talk within the 1 minute. What a day. I hope we can continue this show like this till the end. And I want every one of you to celebrate Fadiga. He spoke within the time of 1 minute. What a change. Uncle Sam Jackson talked to us.
That because he's not defending anything from us today. When he defends something, he can want to talk for 5, 10 minutes. Look, I love this country, and this I'm happiest when I'm in Liberia. I had a wonderful day today. I ate fufu twice. I visited my friends, and I just, the goodness of this country. Cannot be denied. The potential of this country cannot be denied. And when I tell people that we are the best on the planet, I love my city. It is the most beautiful. People think I'm joking. But I really truly believe that. You know, I really truly believe that. And I think what needs to happen is that somebody needs to rally us to unite, first of all. Unite us. Take us away from the petty politics, the petty rivalries, make us to feel that we are part of something bigger than ourselves. And I hope President Barker can do that. I don't know whether he has the adrenaline to do it, whether he has the charisma to do it, whether he has the energy to do it. But 6 years is a long time, and especially for some people like us in advanced ages. So even like you people in your 50s now, in your 40s, it's going to go by so fast. We need to live in an orderly country where 24-hour electricity would no longer be a luxury. Stanton, I had to re-dig my well today. The covers have something wrong with it. The black gel were coming off. That this laboratory is not plug and play, but I accept that. I will dig my well. I will run the pump up to the reservoir, and I will take my bath. Because this is where I have decided to be. So let us all, agree for once that we live in the greatest country on the planet, the greatest potential. Let's uh, unite around a single purpose, and let's do it. I think Liberians can do it. I really, really believe that. We are very
Thank you.
smart people. Look at the
Thank you, Uncle
quality of the
Sam.
people in this panel.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. We'll get to it, Uncle Sam. Thank you very much. Paul Kennedy, you'll be dismissed by Gillespie. You'll be removed by Gillespie, and I thank God to have you on the show. I couldn't call you Paul because I don't. When I hear this information, I don't like to have it in the back. I like to bring it on the show. So I know it hits you by surprise right now when I receive the information from back home. I say I would just be straightly open and allow Liberians to figure this thing out. But you can go ahead, give us your intro. You got 1 minute, and then we'll discuss it properly.
Well, thank you. Every morning, every evening, we look up to this platform has been something that we as Liberians, especially those of the few of us who have the opportunity to sit on here, actually looking out to. You'll be surprised to look how we can be running from what we are doing. I'm planning, an event, some couple of business and government relation functions. We're going to be hosting a high-level Liberian personality in the Washington D.C. area. We're currently trying to invite some of the partners we have in the global space to see how they can come to be a part of that, to listen to our plea as Liberians and the opportunities we need, and we are looking for people to bring that. Those are the kind of conferences we are planning right now. As time goes by, I will give a full detail of it, but right now it's in the work in progress. So I don't want to talk about it. People fatigue see my show and run with it. But I really appreciate that. We have this commitment to country. When I was growing up, we had this thing. I pledge allegiance to the flag of Liberia and to the republic
for which it stands.
One nation under God. So it gives you that loyalty and commitment to a cause and a purpose. But you know what? That has denigrated little by little to the extent that nobody even give that reverence to the allegiance to our flag and our country, because everybody trying to put small thing in their pocket. And once you get a job and you're comfortable with it sitting down, then you think everything is all right. Everything is not okay. Everything becomes okay when everyone in the country has, the opportunity to advance and live the maximum potential of their life And this is the reason why we are here every evening, Stanton. I just want to thank you and good evening to all my colleagues on the show. And we're looking forward to have a very fruitful discussion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Kennedy. Thank you, Uncle Sam Jackson. Thank you, Fadika. Thank you, Abulamame, our sister, Glenn. Thank you very much. We want to say to all of you again, thank you for joining us. We're going to have a wonderful conversation today. Where you meet us, that's where you're going to continue from. We got a lot to discuss. Okay, the first thing I want us to put in our bucket right now is to bring about the Paul Kennedy recommendation to dismiss Paul Kennedy. Maybe I'm in error, Paul. I'm receiving this information that your entity, Enfield, is on a serious investigation, that they want to dismiss some of you guys. The Director General, Jane, she need to go. People are calling for her to leave. You come in next, especially you. They want you to leave immediately because you are very critical on the government by sitting here on Spoon. A phone call was placed to Jane. McCarty is her last name, right? Am I correct, Paul? Sorry if I'm not pronouncing the name correctly. Help me. But she's the Enfield director. And sorry if you don't want to talk about it. I respect that. But to hear, and for the nation to hear today, that you must leave, you must step down, you must be fired because Sylvester Graceville just don't like the action, the position you are taking here on Spoon, or for some other reason. We gave you the chance to explain to the nation tonight, Paul.
Well, thank you, Stanton, for giving me the opportunity. I'm shocked hearing this thing coming from you, but you know you got more. Like Glenn always says, Stanton here, and I everybody inbox. It's a rumor for me, still hitting, because listen, I'm not an appointed government official. I am a technician working within the Liberian government system, providing support, trying to strengthen the system we have at the National Public Health Institute of Liberia. I give my moral and my technical support every day. I am currently away on my vacation. I sit on this platform speaking to the issue. I mean, all of you I have the opportunity to share with, you know my views on things. I don't consider myself an extremist, and I don't consider myself anyone who is a hardliner against government. The government succeed, we all succeed. But I think people are just, in their own little shadow, so they are trying to wish on stuff. There is not a confusion. I see that there are a couple of people in the country trying to up people in training position. I don't know whether that has extended to Enfield. What I'm hearing from you is quite rumors. I will do my investigation on this after this
Let me ask you a question, because I don't like when people say rumors. Are you guys having a meeting anytime this week? The board, who's actually right now there as officer in charge, or who's there right now acting as Director General? You should know that.
Yes, of course. The Honorable Jean Amanda Macaulay has been the legitimate appointed Director General of the National Public Health Institute since October 20th of 2020. Jane fought COVID. I mean, if you come to find out, Liberia had some of the lowest infection rate in the country, in the region, and the lowest death as a result of COVID infection. 293% died in the entire 2 to 3 years.
We know that, but let's stick on to you guys being dismissed.
So she has been doing her best. Her tenure ends October next year, so she still got 1 more year and some months, maybe less, close to a year she's there. I've not heard of anybody trying to dismiss her, but of course, there are positions there.
Who's there right now? Who's there right now as acting? Who's there right now they're talking to? What kind of board meeting scheduled for tomorrow or sometime this week?
Well, I need to call Manuel to find out, but I think the only person who has the ability to call board meeting is the secretary of the board, who is Jean Macaulay. Well, Jean just returned back in the country, and she's in country working along with the team. Now, there's speculation that there's an emergency board meeting. I myself would be willing to hear that, what it is. I was trying to I was actually on the call station when you called me, trying to get the information from me. I am as new as you are on this show. As far as the information I'll be coming from Liberia is. Now, we need to give a clean eye to it, because rumors going around that I have a high line of view on government. I should be supporting government in whatever government do. I'm supporting government, but if government is wrong or if government is short on stuff, I would
Let me
say
ask you a
that's
question
what
real quick. The
Norman
other
said.
guys got to come in. Folks, that focus on this NFL issue is very concerning because, again, I do believe that if this is true, then we have to discuss it. Help me. And we'll call Jane McCarthy if she wanted to speak to us. Is your job on the line? Have they asked her to dismiss you? Have they asked her to fire you? Have they asked you to resign, Paul Kennedy? Let me straight up.
To be honest with you, no, no one has asked me to resign. When that
You have
time
not heard anything.
I have not heard that Paul Kennedy should resign, and my director general has not called me. We talked this morning, and she
Do
asked,
you
"Paul,
know
when are you
that
coming back?"
Professor Grisman spoke to your Director General, Jane McCarthy?
No,
Spoke
I'm
and
not.
asked him that. Oh, you don't want to speak to it?
I'm not aware. I know that they've been Jean went back. She's been engaging with the board members. There's a new member of the board of director, one Stephen Kennedy. Dr. Kennedy is the one who's leading the board. They are working together. But you know, Enfield board is not an operational board. Enfield board is the regular.
Who is someone? Who is Do Yan? What's his name? Double Yan. Is he the one to replace Jim McCauley? Double Yan. But you don't want to talk, so I have to jam you now because I'm giving you opportunity to talk on things that I know.
Yeah, but
if
you
don't
see,
want to
why
talk,
you know,
then-
why you know,
then we
I don't
wanna
know
talk,
why
we wanna
you
put it out.
I don't know why you know, but what I've sensed is that, of course, there are rumors in the corridor that Double Nyan wants to be the director general. In fact, I think I share some of his counter claim about how wearing helmet does not spread infection in the chat room. I mean, but that's a technical thing. That's a public health issue. Everybody knows that when you wear a helmet and share
So
it,
is Double Yan trying to take over from Jim McCauley?
I could speculate the same you're speculating, provided yes, because why would he be in the country since January as a member of the PTT, the JPTT?
You are talking about Chris Double Yan.
Chris Double Yan has been in like
Let me bring the other
January.
people in because then I have to reveal all these things. You know, when we hear these things and we come, people say, "Oh, but Stanton, that's not true." Once we say it, right, we say it because of what we have in our possession. So if you say that's not true and we reveal to the nation what we have in our possession, then you are stuck. I'm giving you the chance to speak to it. You are from Enfield. You've been with Enfield. You've been working with Jane McCarthy. She's a colleague. She's so good at her job. But again, a new government. She had a tenure position expiring next year, October. She get about 1 year, 4 months left. Why are they after you? I mean, why are they after other people? We learned that, or I will be very frank, Sylvester Graceful called Jim McCarthy. I want Jim McCarthy to deny it. Then maybe we can go deeper. Call her, Glennie, and told her, said, listen, Paul Kennedy, I don't think we need him. Paul Kennedy is not a unity party man. Paul Kennedy ran against our candidate in Bapolu County. Paul Kennedy must go. And Glennie, this is shocking. I felt bad when I heard the information. But talk to me. It will come up, though. I will bring all those different letters that are flying and all those memos that are flying. Glennie, what are you sensing here? Is it party now? Are we going back to CDC days that if you're not a seditious, you can work in government?
Since I'm equally shocked by this this revelation. I mean, I know you get news and you have your sources. This is just unbelievable that Chris Double-Yan will be involved in this. And if Jean, I know Jean is like a little daughter of mine. She's a woman now, but if she still has time in her service up until October, why would they want to remove her? And also, Dr. Yan should be, I mean, a man of great qualification that he can get any other job and he can work anywhere else. Why would you want to hang around to take someone else's job? But what is most concerning to me is the Paul Kennedy stuff. When is it that a government decides how someone should speak and what they should speak about? How is that? And then when Paul is saying that he was not hired by the government, how are they now coming to sanction what it is that he's supposed to say? This is unacceptable. Knowing Paul Kennedy, I'm sure he's not going to accept that. And please know, Paul Kennedy, I'm going to be a partner in speaking against this because this is wrong. Completely wrong if it's true. It's totally unacceptable. Liberians should not accept that. People should be able to speak their mind. regardless. You can't come and sanction people because they're not saying what you want to hear them to say based on the government. What's that? Who does that in 2024? Oh, please. I'm already hungry.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Mohammed. Mohammed, talk to us on this Paul Canada issue. We're going to run through it. Talk to us, Mohammed.
Nobody should lose a job because of their opinion. That's my position on the issue. If what we're hearing would be serious to the point where Paul will have to lose a job because of the opinions he shared, that should not happen to anybody. The second thing is with Chris Dugbe. I pull Chris up. If you check up Chris, he's one of our best. I'm happy to even hear that he wants to work and serve his country. Chris is a scientist, medical scientist, with inventions in the US and patent for his invention. In the US, patented by the US government for disease infection, infectious disease, respected globally for his invention on diagnosis. To hear that he wants to work for the Liberian government, I'm happy to hear that. However, we know the whole issue about tenure. The president, I doubt President Baka will want to go and remove another person with all it costs on tenure positions. But Chris is one of our best. If you read about him, you read about his inventions, his testimony before US Congress, his scientific publications. I mean, you don't want to have such a Liberian not working in your government if he wants to work. There's a scientific issue with that whole thing, Paul, and then talk about, I'm not a scientist. But because of the sensitivity of the population you're dealing with, there's time where scientists just want to play exactly by the science, and it can be risky. I don't think it was a smart move to have proceeded the way he proceeded on his opinion. But when I read his opinion, he said he wanted to alleviate fear. So his desire to alleviate fear in the people from using helmet could probably cause them to use helmet in the way that when they use it, they could extract disease. But he's making scientific argument that you cannot extract disease from using helmet. I'm not a scientist. I can't dispute it. I can't discuss it. But he made scientific arguments. I am only saying the scientific argument could be right, but given the population you're dealing with, you want to hold that scientific argument and just caution people to use their helmet. That is the point I can make. But to hear that he wants to work with the government of Liberia, I will put my 2 feet in the air celebrating for such a decision.
I really don't. My argument is that not because whether you want to work for Liberia, he can work for Liberia. He's a Liberian. He can work in any capacity. That's fine. I got no problem. I don't even want to mention Chris Dubayan because I know him. All right, I know him. Whether he's a scientist, that's what I heard. You know, I know he's a well-learned man. He's a doctor. I respect all of that. But I'm talking about Paul Kennedy is on spoon, so fire him. That's my argument. I said though is on spoon, so don't work with him. Fadiga is on spoon, don't give him job. I mean, we got to stop it. The conversation between Sylvester Grisby and Jim McCarty is that Paul Kennedy is attacking the government. He's aggressive. His position wrong. He wasn't in a position to support Unity Party. He is not supporting Unity Party, so therefore fire him. That's his conversation with Jim McCarty. They put him in a bad position. I'm not talking about Doyan, Chris Doyan, no, Chris Dobayan, no. I respect him. I'm not talking about him. But I'm talking about, why would you say that as Minister of State, Uncle Sam? Is that Uncle Sam? I think that Fadiga, I don't know which one of you guys came before. That's you, Fadiga. And, you know, and that's my position, and that's where I'm coming from. So let's hear you, Fadiga.
I know we're going to somebody, but I'm sorry, I have to say this. And I don't want, I know Dr. Young very well. I know of all the things he's done and how expedient he is with the work he's done. For my concern is for him to be aligned with this conspiracy, if it is true, does not sit well for me. And that's my opinion. But I know that he's
Okay.
qualified all of that. But I just don't want, I don't think if he wanted a job in Liberia, it should be under these circumstances. That's my point.
But we shouldn't make this about Dr. Yang, okay? It's not about Dr. Yang. You know, Dr. Yang is an extra guy. You know, I can talk to him any day. It's about Grace replacing a phone call saying that remove Paul Kennedy. And, you know, just because he's on Spoon, he didn't support our agenda. That's very important for us to flag. Fadiga?
Well, Stanton, I agree with Mommy. Nobody, no Liberian should lose their job because of opinion expressed on Spoon or any other media. But I'm also very cautious when it comes to those kind of information because if there's any devil, it usually comes in the detail. I do not have that detail. I do not have enough information to believe that I have no reason actually to believe that Mr. Grisby or Minister Grisby will scoop that low. Until I can have more information about that, I will reserve my opinion on the issue because I really do not have enough information besides what we've heard just now. So I'll reserve all my thoughts when it comes to this issue. I pray that it is not true. He doesn't strike me as someone that would be that petty. So it's just we need more information. Maybe Paul can clarify based on his own information right now. He doesn't seem to believe it as well. So I'll wait maybe the next few days, except Stanton or usual with whole information. So except when you have more information that you're not telling us, it's just hard to make decision when just based on the information that you have presented.
I respect that position because the only reason they got a scheduled meeting coming up tomorrow, they got scheduled conversation. I want to be ahead of this, and you're right. Tomorrow we will share more information on this Paul Kennedy story. I can tell you right now, Fadiga, no anger whatsoever. It's surprising to me that Sylvester Grisby should take that position. No, it's surprising to you, not to me, because I'm not a Sylvester Grisby fan. And you know, but I respect the position you taking, and I believe it because of what I have in my possession. They have a memo going around. They have a letter going around.
Is it because of his opinion or something else? Except where Paul can give up more.
You are free to ask Paul Kennedy your question. Go ahead.
Yeah, Paul. Maybe I can read. Paul, do you have any problem at the end field for which you will be? You could lose your job. Is it something personal or something else? Because just being on Spoon doesn't seem to be enough reason.
Myself did not believe that being on Spoon will warrant my dismissal from a.
Have you heard any information?
That's what I'm hearing coming out of Monrovia, right? But it's not. It is not.
Again, Paul, sorry to interrupt you. Fadiga, you just heard what the man said coming outside of Monrovia. And that's the information reaching us. Now, the only reason I cannot put that one letter out of the memo is because I wanted to have that scheduled meeting tomorrow. And they are listening to it.
So there are a couple of truth. There are a couple of truth into what it is. Is there an emergency board meeting called tomorrow? Yes. So Stanton got that right. You know, what is the board meeting about? I don't have the agenda because normally, while in Monrovia, I do help to put the board agenda together. Besides being the health system strengthening and policy advisor, I'm actually the de facto chief of staff for the Honorable Jim McCauley. So, you know, we work very closely in hand. But this time, because I'm on my vacation, I think she thought it was not to even get me involved with, you know, planning and stuff. And then secondly, when the board scheduled the meeting, she was actually in the U.S. on vacation. For me, that was surprising. How could you schedule a meeting to hold a board meeting in the absence of the director general? You know, so these things sentence saying now I'm putting 1 and 2 together to see, well, is everything okay? But as I said, I don't have a documentation to prove, and at this point, G has not given me any detail of what's happening in Liberia as far as why this board meeting is called. So let's wait until the board meetings go through and see what it is. And of course, like Glenn said, my mouth not tied. Nobody's going to remove me because of the opinion I gave here. In fact, if it is anything on this Spoon Network, I try to be as objective as possible and as balanced as possible. That doesn't mean that, you know, when other do come with nonsense CDC thing, I will fire it. Stanton come with Unity Party or Fadiga come with it, I will fire it. Because for me, I represent the Liberian people on this show, and that's the only group of people I have my loyalty to. Not to any man. My loyalty go to God and country.
Thank you very much. Let's move ahead to Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, sorry that your internet tripping tonight, but I believe you can hear us. Let's wrap up on this Jim McCarthy Enfield stuff.
On a Wednesday night, it always tripping. Yeah. So look, I mean, if Stanton has a documentation, Stanton has demonstrated a degree of believability in terms of acquiring sensitive information. So I do believe that. Okay. Look, Paul Kennedy, one of the, I mean, in terms of harm, I mean, he's not. He can't even harm a kidding, you know. And his views are so, I mean, so antiseptic. They're so, I mean, so midway. I don't understand what kind of threat someone believes, but I can tell you, I can assure you that Joe Boycott I've known for the last 47 years. That's not how he is. And you know, in the political economy of Liberia, there's people who always try to please the boss. You know, the probably somebody wanted to, oh, that man there, he was Sam Jackson there on Spoon. They can be talking bad for your government. But I mean, the guy is performing a professional, technocratic job. He shouldn't have an opinion. And I mean, this guy is not calling for an overthrow of the government. He's not even calling for anything close to insurrection. He's just airing out. I mean, what I say, the very, very harmless. Even his criticism is very harmless. Nothing against the interests of the state. He's not what do you call it? He's not a rebel. He's not an insurrectionist. He's not even close to that. But look, as more information come out, we'll see. But I don't believe that President Boyka himself has anything to do with it. I don't know if Sylvester Grisby does.
Yeah, the internet is giving Uncle Sam hard time. We're
I
managing.
think LEC gone.
No, that the internet tripping. You know, it's kicking him off. Isido, welcome to the show. Let's hear you on this Paul Kennedy, Sylvester Grisby, Enfield issue.
Thank God, Uncle Sam tasting the little things I've tasted all along I was there. That's the way it is. So hi to everyone. So my brother Paul said if Isaac Doto had nonsense CDC thing, but then he went to UP and didn't put the nonsense there too. Hey Paul, why are you like this? I thought you were my brother again, Paul. But I'm actually even surprised we are today discussing the issue of removing people from job because they don't support you. We are at the end of June now. We will soon be entering July. We can be sincere to the discussion and sincere to ourselves. We can point out to thousands of Liberians who were let go from their jobs, not because of anything, but because they did not support the Unity Party. You know, from ministry to ministry, from agency to agency, we can name them. Do you believe that all of those people who have been dismissed, from NSA to EPS to Ministry of State, everywhere else, do you really want to believe they all don't know no book for which they are dismissing them, just like they've always said they are not qualified, they are not qualified? All of those people they dismiss him. Do you believe that? That is just the political talking of the day. But the reality here is that it is simply because they did not support the Unity Party. And this is the Liberia we have. Like I've said, this government has not appointed a single person who did not support President Boakai, either in round one or in round two. That should be a telling point. And I can tell you, the fall of the dry leaf should be a warning to the fresh one. When the president started to dismiss tenure positions people, going to NASCOP, dismissing the lady, did you think it was the end? No, it was not the end. We will get here. Well, I'm sorry. Of course, I did hear that too. You know, I have the little girl staying with me attends UL, and she's been doing some whatever medical thing you can talk about at your area. She called me and told, because you know they will always hear these things around. Well, I have advised a lot of my friends who I know who are still in this government that the best thing you can do is to resign. They will come after you every day. You don't have to believe me. You will live to see the reality of it. Supreme Court said, don't do this. They still did it. And you think it will change? I'm sorry you were going through this. But I wanted to very close on one thing of the brother who wants to take over and fail. I know you were all talking about the article he wrote, and someone said he had an enough motive for which he was writing this, saying to calm down the fears of the people. How is it okay to put out lies and what is not true only because you want to accomplish a certain thing of fear
You're
reduction?
talking to a scientist in his fear, you say lie.
As we were, as we were,
It's a lie. It's a
as
lie.
we were talking,
And I sent you a
forget
counter.
what they started talking to him. Leave
Mommy,
it
I sent you a
and
counter by PubMed, by one of the renowned medical journals in the US that
so
says
wait, guys. Let Asif finish now. But let Asif finish. Let Asif finish, please.
I don't respond to the but forget.
No, let
So
Asif finish.
as we were talking, I tried to do a very quick research. I don't know anything about medicine, but at least. So I went to the National Library of Medicine from the National Health Institute of America. This is what they said. Motorcycle helmets can serve as a potential vehicle for the transmission of bacterial and fungal with serious health implications. I'm not a medical person. I know nothing about it. These are the best the entire planet has here from America and our age. Now, I'm not going to argue with anyone because I don't know. I'm only reading what the most expert we can have on this planet are saying. And you saying, because you want to bring the people fear down, so you can just say it so they can calm down. I thought it shows a person who is not serious. And if indeed the motive was to bring people fear down, so you're encouraging them to put themselves at harm's way, I think it is wrong. And unfortunately, it is where we are today.
All right, thank you guys. Again, folks, welcome to the show. Share the show. Let's have a great conversation tonight. Wherever you find yourself, you must share this program. You must invite your friends, your brothers, your sister. I'm disappointed. I'm going to give you the last word, Paul Kennedy. We will continue this conversation tomorrow. You want to say something, Mommy? Go ahead.
So the question of why Paul is concluding, Paul, just try to clarify this. And somebody brought it to my attention. That's why I'm asking you. At the GAC, there is a law against active political participation because of the work you do. At the LRA, similar. In the health sector, because of the sensitivity of the health sector, there is suspicion or there is expectation that there is similar policy against people working in health sector having diverse and publicized political opinion on issues. I just wanted you to clear the air so that everybody listening to you, can you speak to whether the Public Health Institute has similar restriction on their employees being actively involved into advocacy and political opinions?
Thank you, Mame. That's a good question. And the reason why I resigned from the Millennium Challenge, because its drug list says that you cannot participate in anything. You can't even carry a campaign flyer while you work with Millennium Challenge. So I knew that and I resigned when I was being very active in politics. The National Public Health Institute, and you say health sector, the health sector is big. They got Ministry of Health, they got EPA, they got agriculture. So the health sector is really big, right? National Public Health Institute has no restriction against active participation in politics. However, as an individual, to go, you got to take a leave and go and do your thing. When you finish, then you come back and it restrict appointed government officials. Unfortunately, I've never had an appointed government official position to say, "Oh yeah, I will take leave and go anywhere." So I was doing my campaign, and it had nothing to do with that. I lost the election. I came back and been working since October 10 of 2023.
Thank you for answering that, guys. We got to go. We want to say thank you, Paul Kennedy. We'll continue this conversation tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, again, Paul Kennedy, the job is on the line. Graceville don't want him. Graceville asking that he be removed, he be fired. I know for sure because of what I have in my possession. After the scheduled meeting tomorrow, we will get into it. We'll discuss it further. Is this a new Liberia? Where is Mo Ali? Where is Stephen Johnson? Where are the folks that champion a new Liberia? Can they speak to this? Why would Graceville chase Paul Kennedy? Why would Graceville make such a decision? Because he's not a member of Unity Party? I mean, it is true that Graceville called Jane McCauley and asked her that she should ask Paul Kennedy to resign. It is true. It is 100%. I just want to let you know out there that we are moving on the dangerous ground. We are on the bad footing. And I hope everybody can understand. Whether you are crew, whether you Bassa, whether you Peta, whether you Loma, we are all Liberians. Whether you Sedition or from Unity Party or from ALP or from Half Liberty Party Musability, Half Liberty Party Yombi Kanga Lawrence, Benda Yure Party, Tawan Gonglo Party, Alexander Kwame Party, wherever party you find yourself, you're all Liberian. And together we should do this. I am disappointed. I'm totally disappointed. We begin to wish out each other. We begin to go after each other because you feel that he's critical. Because Graceville think that he took the money from NASCAR and Paul Kennedy spoke against it. Because Graceville think that he bringing in over 13 concession agreement that was denied by the National Bureau of Concession. All the 13 agreement Graceville hand was in it. One of them promised to Putu Mountain and said it would give the government $600 million. Graceville brought them from South Africa. When we investigated the case, Blenny, there is no office in South Africa, no address in South Africa from that company. And I will tell you this, because Uncle Sam knows. They promised Liberia to give Liberia $600 million. If only President Bouaga can sign onto that agreement. Thank God we got a good person at that place. The person told the president, said, no, this is a death trap. This is Igbo Man and Eton. Don't do it. Graceville and Mamaka brought this company to Liberia. Graceville and Mamaka brought them to the president. Graceville and Mamaka told the president that these people will bring $600 million to the nation. 600, Uncle Sam. $600 million. And when people investigated, I will call their names. I have the document. The people don't get office nowhere. And I wanted to send Fadiga to go check them out too. Nowhere, Uncle Sam. No one where they wanted to get into that agreement, put their concession on Wall Street, sell it, Uncle Sam, you know the deal, make money the same day in 24 hours and check up. But the gentleman at the National Bureau of Concession, the gentleman, some good people in this government, they advised the president not to sign on to it. 13 different concession agreement that was brought in by Mamaka and Graceville. 13, forcing the president hand to sign onto them. Let's talk to you, Uncle Sam, before we move on. And that's the danger of this government. That's the danger of this government. When you celebrate two bosses that are old and rotten, they are all packed somewhere in Ghana, ready to be shipped to Liberia. When you are celebrating things just because you think you are in competition with the past government and you must prove yourself, it's bad. Talk to me, Uncle Sam.
So, like I said the other day, that you're right. I mean, they're like they are in competition. You know, it's just like they're like This is still the campaign, and they are not president yet. They haven't ascended to the presidency, and they are competing against George Weah. So they make an announcement on things without thinking it through, without vetting it, without due diligence, without anything. And this doesn't represent the Joe Boyka I know. It does not. Joe Boyka is a methodical, rational human being. But it appears like the hustlers, and I'm not going to name them, but we know who they are. In Rapture, in 285 machines, in Rapture, in 300 buses, in Rapture, in all kinds of deals, going to Angola, going to South Africa, riding private jet. This is not Joe Boyka. Joe Boyka is not trying to get rich overnight. Joe Boyka has raised his children. Joe Boyka is looking for legacy. So those of you, Fadiga, who love Joe Boyka and want to make something good, just tell those people in that concentric circle in the middle there, in the center there, to slow the hell down. You got 6 years. No one expect you to build skyscrapers, take 1 million people out of poverty in 5 months. But what would you expect you to do in terms of governance? If you're going to do anything, then PPCC laws, PFM laws, and then you got that narrative that you're going to give the Liberian people to give them hope, where they will clap for you. You got to do it in a way that you cross all the T's and dot all your, but you're not doing it. And look at this bus. I'm hearing all kinds of yama about this bus. And then, Mame, is it true that Mame, are you listening? Is it true that the buses will be dispatched back to Ghana on Friday? And then truth to that?
Yeah, the buses were sample. I don't know if Mama was with us, but as you can see today,
he's talking to us.
Since you're talking about the buses,
can you hear me?
I was saying the buses were sample. Just look at this. They're checking the engine.
I don't think Mama was.
Okay, so but here's the issue,
Yeah.
Uncle Sam. Here's the issue. They're rebranding the buses. They're wrapping them up.
But look how black the engine is. The engine
That's the thing.
stainless steel center.
Uncle Sam, a lot of stories.
Uncle Sam, the buses are not new. Nobody told you the buses.
I know, right?
It's supposed to be stainless steel.
How you know you're mechanic? Are you a mechanic?
Hold on one at a time, guys.
But the engine is.
Uncle Sam, I'm showing you this. Regardless if it's 20 years old, 100 years old, I don't want us to talk about, but it's not new. We know it's not new. We know that. We know these buses are old. But the manner in which we're celebrating them and we're bringing them in the country. All these buses are parked in Ghana. We sent someone to the parking place. They couldn't allow them. They've been doing videos upon videos. Let's watch one of the videos and we're talking about the buses.
Ghana, cars in Kwa, Bacho Brother, Masi STC, that's in a pack. Even a cars in me, I only cover 300. Oh, 300 cars.
You got 300 of them packing. 300 of them will be rebranded. 300 of them will be rewrapped. 300 of them will have the NTA strip on it. They will say NTA. Everybody will be celebrating. We got buses coming in. The people say that sample. National Transport Authority say we are talking to them. I was able to speak to some folks from the NTA. They engage these people. Transport Ministry saying we don't know them, but they are on the picture though. The mayor from Transport Ministry say, oh, we have not spoken to them, but they are in the photo. As you can see, they're in the photo. You've seen them. Something just doesn't seem right. And to all Liberians, we're happy. We want the buses. We're happy. We want to celebrate the goodness of this government. But the manner in which it is done, that's the problem. And Mommy, I want to come to you on this one because Uncle Sam went off again. Our issue is that we want buses. But where are we with the 300 parked dirty? They're trying to fix them and send them to Liberia under the new management, under the new team. And the government have been pushed and squeezed to get into an agreement that after a year or so, the government must be paying over $60 million to these people. Mommy, talk to me. Mommy, are you with us? Are you with us? Talk to me. Okay, so mommy going to come back. Let me come to you, my brother Paul Kennedy. Talk to us, then we'll go to Fatiga.
So, Stanton, I would really love if we had a hand on a copy of the agreement that brings these buses into the country, right? Because what I'm seeing there, I see a few of buses sitting there, and I see two that was sent out. When the Indian government gave buses to Liberia, they didn't send a prototype to
We don't
Monrovia
say sample.
for testing and trial. Everybody who sells a car to Liberia know the kind of deployable road system we have. So when you're sending cars, those cars should have the ability to be able to go through those roads. Now, my first time in my history, and I'm not as old as my uncle Samuel Jackson, but if there's any time that you've seen a company send a bus to do a trial, after 2 days, then you put a bus back, on the traffic to bring it before we can think of sending the other buses. I don't know why they're doing that. And that's why I said it is better to have the arrangement or the discussion or whatever negotiation the company that is supplying the buses to Liberia will go through. Overall, I think the people of Liberia are in need of buses. The transportation in Liberia is a big issue, especially with this helmet enforcement, and the motorcyclists are restricted, those without helmet, from coming onto the main pliable street, especially from Cinco to the Capitol Hill area. These buses will come in handy. Now, that doesn't mean that you should just go and take any trash and bring them to dump them into Liberia. So again, I will not be making any further comments until I actually lay my hands on what the specs of these buses are, how many years old are they, and whether they are actually able to go through the toughness of the road we got in Liberia. When those things are available, then we can sit down and say, well, this is what we have to do. But until then, I will reserve most of my comments and my personal opinion until I can lay an eye on the contract they have and see where we're going with that.
All right, thank you, Paul Kennedy. So I'm glad that people are watching. Apparently, I'm talking about the NIC, the National Investment Commission, and people are calling it the NBC, the National Bureau of Concession. No, it's the National Investment Commission trying to help this president to prevent some of the fake promises that people are making. Let me make that very clear. It's not the NBC, it's the NIC. Mommy, I was bringing you in, but you kept on going off on this buses issue. We got to run through them because then we got to start revealing some document. And I stand on this one. Let me say this. I know we will go back to it. I am not yet defending Unity Party government. That's not my job. My job is to protect President Joseph Yima Boakai and speak truth to him. That's my job. We championed this president and we brought him to power. So anybody else surrounding the president and feel that they can enrich themselves, I'm going to go after you. That's my job. So let's get it straight. I am not from Unity Party. I'm not a member of Unity Party. I championed Joseph Yima Boakai. And I felt that he was the best man to bring some changes to this country. So whosoever going to present to him a deal worth $600 million and say we're going to government coffer, the Mamaka ability, the Sylvester Grace, but we'll talk about it. I care less. It's a problem. It's broad day robbery to the nation. So let's talk about the buses issue, made. They are packed. Magdala Cooper name attached to it. Salif Tyler name attached to it. NTA saying they don't know about it, but they were forced to put the NTA name on it. And Paul Kennedy is right. Nobody ever said we would give Liberia 20, 50 buses, but let's go try them with 1 or 2. Nobody. I mean, we're not stupid. I mean, I want more Adnan that will defend this thing, come and speak. I want Stephen Johnson, get on the network and speak. I want people to speak to this and be fair with the Liberian people. So that's what we are talking about. Mommy, come on, come in, talk to us on this buses issue.
I spoke about the buses issue yesterday. My opinion has not changed. The only thing is, I would disagree with Uncle Sam, who want to wrap this bus issue around the neck of the government. I would disagree. But I will maintain my position. And I said it yesterday. The government is in the arrangement, is into discussion for procuring buses to address the transportation issues in the country. That's fact. So push that one side. The government is reviewing proposals from different vendors. That's fact. Put it one side. This vendor is one of the vendors whose proposal the government is reviewing. I am saying, based on the information I have, this vendor has promoters in government that are convinced that what they are offering is the best option for the country. Those promoters include Magdala Cooper, Salif Tyler. They are promoters of this vendor. What they did, smartly did, was to bring the bus and use it as a public pressure. It was a marketing strategy they deployed. Mandela Cooper, using her proximity in the executive mansion, which is wrong, brought the bus to the executive mansion, tried to use public pressure to influence the vetting decision to go with the bus. That's what they did. The government has no contract absolutely with this vendor. Whether their bus came and broke down is not a government's operation. Those buses will go back to where they came from. The government will review the options available to it, and the government will make a decision on which bus company to go with. So let's make that clear. And that's why I will say the government has no arrangement, absolutely, with buses parking in Ghana. The government is reviewing options to procure buses to address the challenges they incur with the buses they met at NTE.
See, let me ask Mame a question though. Mame, don't you see any conflict of interest in there by key, government officials going to be promoters of a particular business firm? I thought they should get the name of all of these and send it to PPCC, that will list the vendors, and then they will do the procurement registry, and then they will ask if they want that sample. PPCC should be the one telling them, listen, send all one bus, let's see it. Don't you think? But to have somebody from the president's office actually being a promoter or an agent of a particular vendor, don't you see any conflict of interest there?
It is completely wrong. That's why we call it out. It is wrong. Magdala Cooper is wrong as a political advisor to the president to be directly involved into the promotion of a vendor, publicly doing it the way she did it. More than that, the bus that she's bringing, from all the information we gather, is not working well. All the connections she claims she has, is this the best she can do to bring these buses from Ghana to Liberia? Those are questions we're asking. So we're saying it's an individual action. There is no contract between the government of Liberia and the bus provider. And the government will hire a bus bus for the country. It will happen.
Can we get to Fadika and Plenty on this one? Then we'll finish up.
I was speaking and I want to stand. I want to
say go ahead, finish up. Yeah, finish up. Yeah.
Okay. Look,
you always
Lenny asked me if I'm a mechanic. Lenny, you gotta be no mechanic to see the black suit on the engine of that car there. It's that black suit. Do you see there? Why would you bring a brand new car, brand new bus, and got people to go inspect it like that? The PPCC, the laws of the Republic of Liberia, PPCC say government does not buy used vehicles. That's the law. That's the law.
But it's
even if it's 6 months old, that is the law. You can't bring used buses from Ghana here that the people don't want, and then you bring it, you take it to NTA, and people start to look at it, the whole engine black, all the things are black, the suit, all what it is. Huh? I'm saying, but maybe I understand that you said the government has nothing to do with it. No, you said the government has nothing to do with it, and Magdala Cooper do her own thing. But why are they giving it so much primacy by going through the whole step when they know that this thing cannot go through? Because I use buses. The government of Liberia, by law, cannot buy used buses. That is the law.
But
that is just the law.
But Sam
what is the purpose of bringing these used buses here?
Sam, are they buying these buses? Is the government buying these buses, or are the buses donated to government? Can somebody give me?
Magdala Cooper
Can
call
somebody
press
give me an
conference to say the buses are coming, 300 coming. That's what Mandela Cooper said. She didn't call. I didn't call press conference. I was not there in the executive mansion. Yeah, Mandela Cooper the
But
one
did
called
she
press
say they
conference
were
and
being bought?
This is,
But did she say what used
she
buses?
said there are 300 buses
Don't
coming.
play
We can play we can play her tape again. We can play her tape
But
again.
did she
Why
say
do
in
you
her tape?
all want to deny the truth
Then
when it's
don't
staring
act
in your
like you
face?
What's the
hearing this
truth?
too.
What's the truth? Did she say in
The
that video
truth
that you
is,
were buying
you
old buses
say
or used
that
buses?
this is not government. This is not okay, but mommy, I beg you, just give me a minute. You
No,
said that not government.
answer this
But
question.
if senior
Did
government
she tell
official
you?
brought the buses and she was asking, mommy, she was asking the president to come to receive the
Oh,
buses.
Central, I will not talk today.
Okay, this is not an inspection.
Uncle Sam will be
No, this is
talking
not
all
an
day.
inspection.
Fadiga will bring it on.
This is
Let
not
that
an
conversation
inspection.
start.
You don't bring the president of Liberia to come and inspect used buses. Not, I mean, in this country, to bring our president down to come inspect used buses, and you want us to clap for it because we're like some of the stupid people. Eh?
Uncle Sam, thank
you
you.
were there?
Thank
The
you.
president was there?
Wait. Uncle Sam, thank you. Uncle Sam, thank you. Thank you, please. I beg you. Let me bring in Fadiga. Fadiga.
Stanton, you know, one of the hypocrisy that I hate is this false sense of nationalism. When the Indian people send out buses, George Weah went to receive under 20-something used buses. They were never new. Most of the buses that have been coming in this country are used. The last dump truck that I brought here was 1977 dump truck. People still bring no cars then here. Those are the dump truck that here. You never see 2023 dump truck here. I'm just saying that no matter the year of the car, they still have parts. You can get the parts.
Can I ask you a question before you go further, Fadiga, please? Can you allow me to? No, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Fadiga, please, let me ask you a question. Can you please repeat what you just said? I want to understand you better.
I said the last dump truck I brought in this place.
No, not the dump truck. You said what Joel want to receive. You're the one who said Joel want to receive something. What's that? I didn't understand.
I want to see used buses. I don't know how many.
From where? From where?
India.
Okay, so here's my question to you.
They were all used.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Let me ask my question now. Those news buses that Joel want to receive, they were donation from the Indian government.
I mean,
they never. No. Let me ask my question. I beg you, Fadiga, please.
Yeah,
I beg you. They were donation from a government. He didn't go receive them from a business partner. He didn't go receive them from people that want to do business in Liberia. So can we check that? They were from a government to a government.
At the end of the day, what was the purpose of those buses?
At the end of the day, what we are saying here, the two buses that came, no, let's set it straight now. The two buses that came, they came from a business group that want to do business.
Does that change the fact that these buses came to run?
No. My argument to you, the reason why I injected, so let you know that as much as all the buses are old, one set were given by the government, another set is coming in from a business group.
It still doesn't change the fact. If you can, it does.
But you may proceed. You may proceed. You may proceed, please. You may proceed.
In our country, we stay with Liberian, we got proud, we like our country, we can use old bus. What a donation of business. There are certain stipulations that certain you cannot carry in Ghana, certain old cars you cannot just carry in Ghana at all. And people don't bring it. If that's the criteria, then it should be across the board. That means we will not allow it, whether donation or we are purchasing it. The fact of the matter here is people want to distract us, and this government will not be distracted. The fact of the matter, Madela was very clear. She said that these buses were on trial. And I disagree with Mommy. I didn't see anything in your statement to suggest that she was favoring one company. She said that the government was looking to procure 300 buses to alleviate the plight of the Liberian people, something we didn't see in the last administration. She said it was very clear on the video. Towards the end of the video, they said that they were in negotiation with this company and they were going to bring these buses, and they were there. So for Uncle Sam to come here and say the engine looking blue, the engine looking black, and this and that, it makes no sense. Look, what is at stake here is that in just 6 months, we have a president and a team that is doing everything to alleviate the plight of the Liberian people. In the last 6 years, we have one individual that by the first 6 months, he was bulldozing home, building almost condominiums of mini city, buying, negotiating to buy private jets. If I can borrow from Alex Cummings, he said, "Leader eat last." We do not see a president that is putting money in his pocket, looking for private jets, trying to build multiple homes and live lavishly. No. So people will always, criticize. And if we sit here and mind all the whining and criticism, we will not move the country forward. The president have a mission. He has made promise to the Liberian people, and he's working on those things. So for people to come, look, you show bosses from Ghana. What proof? Show me the document. Show me the contract. The government said nothing in those videos suggests that the government had gone into any contractual agreement with any of those companies. They said 2 buses came as a trial. Ghanaian won it. Ghanaian won it. We don't even have bus. I said it yesterday. Ghanaian have boat. Ghanaian already ahead of all when it comes to ride share. We do not even have a real functioning ride share company in Liberia. Ghana has Uber. Ghana has boat. Ghana have a public transportation system that is functional. When you guys left from power, you left the NTA with nothing. You replaced NTA with Gracious Ride and how they call this other guy? Is it Sir Joseph? Sir Joseph fleet of yellow buses. That is how you operated the country. You took public institutions and reduced it to enrich individual within the party. Now we try to break this system that was broken down. We saw the director for operations here yesterday for NTA saying that the government is trying to procure up to 300,000 worth of spare parts to fix those buses that you guys destroy.
Thank you very much, Fatiga.
Promote private investment in Liberia.
Thank you very much, Fatiga.
The government they want to do that.
Thank you very much. We got to move on. Let me say this before we come to you, Glenny. Let me. Thank you, Fadiga. Before we come to you, Glenny, let me correct Fadiga again.
Don't correct me.
Fadiga, we're not forcing you. Don't be childish now. We are not forcing you. Stop.
Who challenge?
Don't tell me. Don't correct me. Don't be childish, please.
Don't correct me.
No, I will correct you. I will correct you. We are not forcing you. We are not forcing. I will correct you. Once you're on the show, you'll be corrected. Period. Okay. So let me correct you first. At the end of the day, Fadiga is dead wrong. The buses that came 2020, they were brand new from the Indian government. Okay, listen. We should stop defending. Fadiga, may I speak? You have your time, please. We should stop defending. The best way to defend is to tell the truth. The best way to elevate this government is to speak truth to power.
Where are the buses?
Every Liberians out there, nobody champion this government better than us here on the show. Whether those that left or those that remain, nobody champion. So we will be the voice of reasoning in brushing up lies. Just for any other reason. I must say this. It have gotten to the point that we will say this on the show because we want to do this for the Liberian people. Fadiga, I beg you, don't interrupt. You have your time. What we are saying, the buses that came in 2020 that George Manawia received, they were all brand new from India. Those buses were never used buses. Now, what they did with the buses down the line, that's a whole different story. I mean, let's stop this, folks. We got a long way to go. We ain't even complete 1 year yet. Let's stop this. We complete 1 year yet. Let me mute Fadiga small. You're interrupting us. If you want to ask questions, we can give you a chance to ask questions. But you don't have to interrupt, Brother Fadiga. You want to ask questions, you put your hand when I feel it, we'll give you the time, you ask. We'll be engaging. But we shouldn't be interrupting each other, please. I beg you to ask your question, you agree. ask me and I will lay back for you to ask your question because you know I respect you. Do you my little brother, but I do. Also, Glenny, let's come to you. I beg you, Glenny, when we have to say this thing, we got document, you can research it. The buses that came in were brand new. My argument, it's not about who bringing the buses in. I mean, the years of those buses. It's about one group bringing in buses for business, another group brought in buses as a donation from a country. Glenny, is on to you. Speak to us. Liberians are listening, please.
So I already laid my premise yesterday. We will not be making assumptions on whether the buses will be out there being purchased, whether the government will pay, whether the government won't pay. If the government was transparent from the onset, if we know where the buses are coming from, we're not making assumptions. There are other stories today that those two buses, came yesterday also, that those two buses, they were just coming for trial, and then the new buses will come. But this is the thing. It's like every day there's a different story. I know Noah Gibson spoke yesterday, but today again, there's new stories that have developed. It goes back to the point. If you don't want people to assume and insinuate anything, come out and say the truth. Yes, we know, and the fact is, yes, we know the government wants to do something about the transportation issue in Liberia. That's a fact, like Mama said. That's something that we all will welcome. But also be open with telling us the truth on where these buses are coming from. If you don't say it, people will say, oh, that Mandela own a company, or Mandela doesn't own a company, or that Joe Biden knows somebody. So if the government is not transparent, these things will happen. And like I was saying to Uncle Sam, you're talking about, I don't know how I can subjectively look through a picture on Facebook and say that the engine is black and the engine is not good when you're not present in front of the bus. I don't know how we can say that. I don't know how you can say that. That's an old engine.
Uncle Sam, please allow her to speak. I beg you.
The second part is Magdala never said in her press conference yesterday that these were brand new buses. She also never said that the buses were being bought. She never said the buses were donations. We all listened to her. She said buses are coming. She said that. She did not say how these buses, who own them. We heard the name of the buses or the company or whatever. We heard different stories. Also, the man has sent an interview. But we don't even have a clear-cut story on whether these buses will be bought, whether the government is buying it, or whether it is a donation to the government. And because the government have not come out front to say this is what's going to happen, this is where the buses are coming from, folks will continue to assume. And I'm not going to look at a picture and say the engine is old. No.
Thank you.
I got to see the engine first.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Fatiga, go ahead.
Fatiga want to ask me a question.
What Mandela did yesterday at the press conference, how will you consider that?
So if Magdala was, because this is the thing, it's kind of key. If it was a donation from a country and Magdala was the one that to go there to represent the government, then I don't think it was a bad thing. I'm glad that Joe Boycott did not go, and I'm glad that Magdala was the one that went there to represent the government, because we don't know the details. I have no condemnation for her going to welcome the buses. No, to go and see them, I have no condemnation from that. I expected somebody to go there from the government because we don't know the details. And I'm happy that it wasn't Joe Boycott that went to do that. So I have nothing to say the fact that she went to see the buses. So
let me say this. Fadiga, you finished with your question, Fadiga?
Yes, I'm done. I just wanted to...
Thank you. Let me say it because we got to move on. Asset, I want you to finish up on this because you're in and out. We got to move to the next topic on asset recovery real quick. We got some information. I would say bring us back to the $600 million put to Martin deal that Mamaka and Sylvester Graystraight tried to squeeze in, but that was rejected by the president through the advisor of the NRC. Now, not the NBC, the NRC, National Investment Commission. Let me be correct. And I want us to talk about the huge deal that people presented, over 13 different concessions that they put it on the decks of the president. And imagine now, when these people come, here's the information. They must give this meet and greet fee to Mamaka or Sylvester Graystraight. Before you meet the president or even discuss, you know that. It's open. And thank God that's why I cannot be in government. So they got to do the meet and greet. Okay, whatsoever that kickback is, fine. But to tell the president, and we get on this conversation, that these people coming in with $600 million, 600 million, right? That's exactly what Liberia will receive. And you cannot find the office, you cannot find the location, you cannot find anything from this group. That is concerning. Liberians need to hear. When I receive the information, I say, I must tell the Liberian people. You know I have to tell you this. And I will say this to you, that President Joseph Yima Bwaka rejected it. So I want you to sit back and clap, because you still got some good people in the government that will tell the president this will lead to X, Y, and Z. The Putu Mountain is owned by a group, a Russian-based group, and Uncle Sen can talk about that. They still have ownership.
Several star.
Thank you. We have the document. They still have ownership. They have written the Justice Department, Ministry. They have written Sylvester Grisby, senators and representatives from Grand Jide. They all come together and say, let's break this agreement and let's put it out for bid. They want to put it out for bid. And now, yes, the issue. Those that put it out for bid want to enrich themselves. These people come to sue the government of Liberia. They will sue the government of Liberia. There's a deep cut cartel operating around the president that wants the money available to go after it. Deep cut cartel. The Sylvester Grisby, the Mama Car, and the rest of them. We name them. We will call their names. It's embarrassment. And they have jammed the president. And there will be no way we sit here and allow it happen. Let's finish on the buses. You get the last one, and I will bring in Mohammed to talk about asset recovery. Just to announce for the Tikufa Speaker of the House, publish his asset, will go into it likewise. Talk to us, Isaac, do, please.
Well, thank you. Unfortunately, we are having a new definition of what constitutes government. We now know that government has to be a group of people putting their hands together before it be government. That if an assistant minister goes somewhere, it's not government. If a deputy minister or an advisor goes, it's not government. It has to be a group of plenty of people tie their hands together, and then it's government. Funny. So let me quote what the government of Liberia said through the political advisor to the president of Liberia. She said 3 delivery dates are already being identified for the delivery of the buses. I'm not sure she was saying. I'm not sure she was saying
I
for
don't
the
need to
people.
listen to him. I already listened to that. He's not just talking to me, he's talking to everybody else. So why are you calling my name?
No, but I see your head down. We don't put your head up.
I am listening.
I gotta make progress. I beg you guys. We shouldn't be personal with this. Asa, please proceed.
So she didn't say that the people will be breaking in their buses. She said for the delivery. Again, it was the government of the Republic of Liberia speaking through its advisor. Unfortunately, when we're in K1, we know government consisted of a group of people. So even an assistant minister can be the government. It is only strange today now that, another government without the minister of education. No, another government without the minister of finance. Funny. And let me go again for a second thing. She said, President Bwaka is excited about the buses. My people, the buses were packed right in front of the executive mansion of the Republic of Liberia. In front of the president's residence and the president's office. But let me go further. I was glad yesterday when I left the call, an executive from NTA came on to corroborate what I said concerning the 300,000 that was set aside for the purchase of spare parts. Although so shocking, we got to know that the government, maybe it's not the government again, but the government through NTA decided to use a third party, thereby spending more money. A third party that had to go to the bank to take a credit based on the contract with the government, meaning that third party will be charging the government the bank's interest, plus their own profit, plus the spare part issue. So instead of them paying 1 or 2 costs, they will be paying 3 or 4. Shame, embarrassing. Today, we are refusing the buses because the government has got caught. Listen, you got 6 years to do the Liberian people work. Stop being jittery in yourself to just do something. We were made to know that today, yellow machines who have been paraded on the streets. Mo Ali said that. Plenty people said that. We're still waiting for the yellow machine to come. Probably it will be coming by 1 o'clock p.m. or a.m. I mean, you cannot be doing this. I've said over and over. You can win an election with propagandas and lies. You cannot govern the country with propagandas and lies. The truth is stubborn and will always be shown.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. Let me welcome every one of you. We're going to be moving now. We'll not sit here and spread lies that is not warranted at all. We will check and we'll discuss the issue. You like it, fine. You don't like it, this is phone talk. We'll check the issue and we'll discuss that which is right. So let me say to everybody.
Let me just clarify one thing before we move from the issue. Liberian government has a policy not to buy used vehicle. If you ask other those who serve in the ministry, the Liberian government does not allow anybody. The government does not buy used vehicle. Now that is different from the Liberian government accepting used vehicle as donation. I just wanted to clarify that because
let me say this.
Fadiga trying to mix the two.
But let me say this. You know what? These people come in the country to make business. They are not donating. It's not donation. And people got to get it straight. Nobody bringing the people that Magdala standing with, Grace standing with, or Charles Snyder, transport minister, and the rest of them, they are not coming to give you free 300 buses.
Okay, so this is my opinion on that. If they are buying used buses and they are not bringing the parts for free, it's a wrong business, and I don't think the Liberian government should venture through it. Because the thing is, our roads are difficult, and you need to bring buses that are capable of withstanding the toughness of our roads. So and there's nothing wrong with them going through a procurement process to get those buses, but it has to be durable, good buses, or else it's not going to last long and it's not going to be good money, good use of our money into acquiring.
Like I said again, welcome to the show, Conagray. We really have to go. Sorry that you came in, Conagray. You came in late. We really got to go to Mame. We got to go. We got a lot of information. I will give you just a few seconds, Conagray, for you to ask your question real quick.
I had two information here that I would like to verify. What is the legislation that says government cannot buy used vehicle? I was Sam who made that conjecture. I'd like you to direct me to that law, that policy. And I heard Isaac Dove making a statement that if a consumer goes to the bank and borrows a line of credit to pre-finance a project, the government or the consumer pays the interest. Which banking law is that? I just want to know.
Thank you very much. We'll get back to you on that. We got to move on. I think when they are speaking, they will answer your question. No. We got to go. We got to go, Asido. Mama, let me bring you on this issue about what is at the Supreme Court. Let me show this. Maybe most people, they seem to be there a lot of information people are forgetting. Let me bring you on this quick, Mame. The Supreme Court today, they have scheduled the gracious right and asset recovery. They have scheduled them. Gracious right and asset recovery on the 4th of July. They should be appearing before the Supreme Court. Mame, talk to us. I'm trying to find the document. I think this is it, if I'm correct. No, that's Fonati. We'll talk about that. This is it. Mame, talk to us about this document. July 4th, I think that's the day set for them to go before the Supreme Court.
So gracious right, like we said here, has been fighting in the courts to prevent the asset recovery team from continuing with our investigation. Because the Supreme Court ruled out and say, go and act in accordance with the law. So the asset recovery team being acting in accordance with law, extracting documents, financial records, records of ownership, records of bank transfer that are incriminating. So Gracious Ra ran down to the court and asked the court to stop the asset recovery team from proceeding further. They lost the case. Then they run to Supreme Court now and asking the Supreme Court to say asset recovery is illegal. The president doesn't have the authority to establish asset recovery when there is LACC. Therefore, praying on the Supreme Court to terminate the operation of asset recovery. The fundamental question there is, if you claim you got this thing legally and people are investigating, the court say investigate in accordance with law. The asset recovery team is going in accordance with law, has managed to obtain 2 international partners to support them in the investigation, not only on that gracious but on all the other investigations they're carrying on. Your preoccupation is, how do you use the court system to dismantle asset recovery, rather than coming to address the findings that asset recovery has on your asset that you allegedly illegally earned.
Senator, you need to mute.
Thank you.
So the case at the Supreme Court is basically for asset recovery team to go and prove that President Bouaka has the authority to establish us, and we have the authority to investigate. Gracious Rai and the lawyer on the other side arguing that they do not have any authority to investigate, therefore they should not investigate us. That is what will be happening on the 4th of July. It is important that we highlight here that the Supreme Court will be making a decision that will either make or break the effort of the president to restore, to recover and restore stolen assets. There's a breakdown from our sources of the different investigations that the asset recovery team managed to lay strong evidence on, for which they are fighting to prevent the asset recovery from going further with. 5 cases totaling 23.5 million. Evidence ready to
do you want me to post it? Because I have some breakdown here. If you want me to flag it, I can put it up.
Yeah, flag it.
All right, so go ahead, be ready. Let me put it up.
5 cases worth 23.5 million. Evidence ready to move to court. But because they want to break the asset recovery effort, they run to Supreme Court where they feel they got strength. 55 suspicious vehicles already tracked, where they were imported from, the source of the ownership, and how it was transferred. Records available to move to court. 5 suspicious mansions built in the country. They describe it as mansion. 4 of them belonging to one person, the one belonging to another person. Property records from the Documentation and Archive Center, and a lot of other incriminating information already identified, ready to move to court. And the actors behind Gracious Rai pushed to go up to the Supreme Court to put a stop to asset recovery efforts. So on the 4th of July, it's a day we'll be waiting to see whether the Supreme Court will question President Bouaka's authority in the law to establish an institution to restore stolen assets. So we're looking up to that day. That's the summary.
All right, so let me put a summary up, then we can reach to the rest of the guys. There you have it, folks. These are our sources, information coming in, the work of asset recovery, some of the discovery. Now, we are not sharing any actual document. So it's up to you. You say, oh, I believe it. Well, you're going to wait for asset recovery after July 4th to believe what we are sharing you. And whatever we're sharing you at is very important for you to take home. All right, 5 cases worth $23.5 million. All evidence gathered. I'm not allowed to give you any of the evidence. I'm not allowed. 55 suspicious vehicle tracked. Are those suspicious vehicles the Gracious Rai? I don't know. It's left for Asido and Uncle Sam. They are waiting the court process to take place. 5 suspicious mansions. 4 belong to 1 individual, 2 persons on the prop. They are investigating, intelligence gathering. Now you see it, you read it, it's getting deeper. But yet still we ask ourselves this question. Is asset recovery RIP or are they still alive? Though, I mean, it's a fair question. You're going to say they're waiting for the Supreme Court. Glennie, I want to bring you in. I go to Fadiga, I go to Paul Kennedy, I sit Doe, Conor Gray, and Uncle Sam. Glennie, let me bring you in. Everybody, please use your 1 minute wisely because we have got a lot of conversation coming up. So we beg you, just strike it, hit it on the nail for us to move on. Glennie, asset recovery.
Alarming. The information being shared is extremely alarming. What else can I add to it? It clearly tells us that the asset recovery team is still working. If they've been building evidence, they have a court case that's coming up. It tells us that they're still working. So we will wait until after July 1st or July 4th, and you see what the case is going to bring out. But it's seriously alarming. One person to own four mansions, as they're saying, that's not an easy thing that they've stumbled upon. So we'll wait. We'll reserve our comments until then.
So let me bring in Fadiga. Fadiga, asset recovery. Let me say this: the recovery. I do believe, because we're speaking people that are very they are in too deep. They got a lot of documentation. We were told not to share some of them. We respect them till after July 4th, Fadiga. But what you are saying, if you believe it, talk to us.
Well, I believe it in. I'm still disappointed in the asset recovery team. I know they are not moving fast enough. When the Liberian people voted for this administration, they did not anticipate that we'll build all the roads in 6 months. They did not anticipate that we will solve all the 177 plus years of problem in 6 months. What they anticipated was that we're going to hold people accountable. I think
on day one, you're right.
On day one. So in the first 100 days, those were the things that are something. And then the fact that it will be slowing down in something. Look, 5 houses, 5 months, that's a joke. 23 million. Do you know how much was looted from this country? I mean, I like the fact that they got some numbers on the table, but that is a minute portion of what happened in this country in the last 6 years. This is still a joke.
I want to agree with you. I don't know why should we celebrate 5 mansions? 5 mansions is 20 mansions. Why are we celebrating 5?
Exactly.
Well, I mean, we're close to celebrate 23 million.
Celebrating start on the people being in court all through all the
lower. Let them not share nothing. Don't share nothing in the public. Keep it. When you get something to tell us, give us information. Give us information.
I agree with you, Fadiga, on this one. I agree with you. I will not disagree. I think that it's just a job. It's not shaking me. It's not putting me in trouble, my life. Liberian people not even feeling nothing. You say in court we're gonna wait, but 5 mansions, you're telling me I'm gonna celebrate. I even want to reveal those mansions and who own them. But I beg the people. I say I won't do it, but I really want to say who own them. I beg you. I really want to do it. You want to celebrate 5 mansions? You got Samuel Tway. You got Samira Winnicott. Should I name them? You got Mr. President. And you want to celebrate 5 mansions? You want to celebrate 23 million? If we're talking about 16 billion, the map of SSR 25 million, if we're talking about the money that was taken from FIA, the money from the central bank, you want me to celebrate 23.5 million? Come on, man. I really want to go after Fadiga today, but I have to agree with him on this one. Let me bring in Paul Kennedy to talk to me.
Look, I think the asset recovery process started on the wrong footing. I am glad that they were able to recalibrate to begin to follow the legitimate processes and procedures. I am also of the conviction that they have a lot that they could recover throughout this process as far as illegitimate and corrupt official of government that took our monies and put into this. I don't only believe that they should stop on the CDC government. I think they should go back into United Party government. In fact, if this is the process that they are beginning, I think they should reach that far. But like any other process, there's going to be some constraints. And these are the constraints we are seeing. So we are looking forward to what the July 4th litigation process will bring. And we are hoping that these evidences, whether it's one brain and different, are of values, and that they're actually going to indict people so that Liberia sets a precedent for corrupt or intended would-be corrupt official to be deterred. Because time and again, from one government to another, bunch of people come, take money, enriching themselves at the detriment of the rest of the Liberian people. So I hope this asset recovery team will get it right this time, going forward. And I don't know when Mame was naming the thing, Mame, my house in Baburu Pala, that thing.
We'll still investigating.
Let me bring in Asido. Asido, talk to us about this situation from asset recovery.
Sure. And before I go there quickly, I know we have previous thing that you said during our time. We can just put it in very quickly. My brother Remy Gray or Shoot on Site asked me a question. I know Remy, you are a military man, so you know the military side, not the finance side. Let me quickly wrap it up for you. Remy, I will use you, I will use me, I will use Uncle Sam. If Uncle Sam is a manufacturer who sells something $10 and you are a vendor and a buyer, if I went to Uncle Sam, I will pay $10 for that thing he's manufacturing. If I went to you and you had to go to the bank to take money, if the bank gives you $10 in credit, the bank will add interest on that $10 when you pay it back. Maybe they will add $2 on it. That $2 plus the $10, I will pay it because you are buying the things on my behalf. So that's how it works, okay? So let's go to the next issue, my brother. Stanton, what you've listened to right on this platform is the exact reason why we should be proud and glad that we still have courageous citizens who still want to see Liberia remains a country of law and order. When you listen to a private citizen on a radio station giving you information that should have been confidential, professional, you should be concerned, Stanton. You should very well be concerned. And let's go further to this. Asset recovery is a dead cause. I have said this from day one. They will go, but at the end of the day, they are a dead cause. Here's why. Stanton, someone said there are 5 mansions based on suspicion, and they must go there. So you will go to the Supreme Court and say, oh, no evidence, no nothing, but we are suspecting the man. Stanton, what is this? Is it a joke? And let me further go to you, Stanton. You and I, we visited more than 3 mansions in Liberia that you own. Did you take it from government? What kind of a naive thinking is this?
No. Don't put me in a thing. No mansion. No.
Okay, you own nothing. Okay, now you. So somebody and me went to more than 3 mansions that they own in Liberia. What kind of a naive thinking is this? 25 million? The people say they are suspicious of the. That's why you came into court. Truth being told, I don't know if the Supreme Court will say asset recovery does not have the authority or this. I don't know. If my best guess, they may likely not say that. But brother, asset recovery will bring shame. I really will be waiting to see things that will give me a pause that something is being done. And again, I've said this. As long as you made any national cause to be a witch hunt, where you target a certain group of people, you will get a political fight back. I'm not talking about people who are naive to politics. When you think the only government that stole Liberia asset came from 6 years ago, CDC, and no other government, take my hair and put on the chopping board, you will get political fight. And the political fight is not to come on the spoon. It goes even in the court. It goes in the executive. It goes in the legislature. You will get it. If this government is serious to fight corruption and want to really retrieve assets, which I support, they will not witch hunt and think that the only time Liberia had corrupt officials 6 years ago. As long as you keep doing that, you are on a dead course. You can take my word for it. And before I end quickly, I wanted to just clarify Sir Joseph buses started running for Ellington. Unless Ellington packed the buses, I just say things. So he started running Ellington. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Asido. Thank you very much. Uncle Sam, then we'll go to Conor Gray.
Okay, so I would like to see people who use their positions in government and did not want to wait and earn things honestly to be handcuffed and put in jail and throw away the keys. That's my honest thought. But what I don't want is to have a group of zealots who are hell bent on a political witch hunt because they think or they believe that corruption in Liberia began in 2018. And they have structured themselves in a way, they're a bunch of political activists. They don't have any really forensic auditors on their team. They don't have any investigators on their team. They don't have anybody who can pierce corporate veil. They don't have anybody who can penetrate banking secrets to go into offshore or shelf accounts. And you want to do asset recovery, and you're talking about five mansions after what, 5 months? And you say because it looked like a mansion, so it's a mansion. You want to see mansions? Go to Marshall. Young boys and girls are building mansions in Marshall. You want to see Marshall? Take a drone and go to see Marshall. You know, 5 mansions. What do you call mansion? I haven't even seen a mansion in Liberia. What do you call mansion? Where is this mansion? Can they put it on Facebook so we can see the mansion, what they call mansion? Do you know what they call mansion? Do you know what they call mansion? You don't know what they call mansion. You saw somebody build a big house, and you're thinking because it's a big house, because you live in a zinc run mud brick house, you didn't inherit anything, and then you call the people's house a mansion. There are no mansions in Liberia. Maybe 3 or 4 mansions, perhaps. But you identify 5 mansions, and then of course you have your allies that you giving documents to, trying to litigate the matter on Spoon, trying to litigate the matter in other politics. The matter should be brought before a court of competent jurisdiction with evidence adduced, with due process, and jurors of their peer, or if they decide that they want to have a bench trial where the judge decides. But the way they're doing it, it appears to me they don't have the facts yet, they don't know what they're doing, and they are grasping for straw. But I hope for their own sake that somehow, through heaven from manna, they can turn this asset recovery debacle around and help us to recover some of the assets that were quote unquote taken by people or errant past government officials, going back as far as the UP government 12 years ago, but do not use a benchmark of 2018 and say corruption started in 2018. It didn't, because the JMB United Party government, in terms of the quantum of corruption, John Molu said they were 3 times more corrupt than even the Judy Bryant government, which is a transitional government, which was extremely corrupt. So that's how I feel about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. I believe we all have. Oh no, sorry, Conor Gray, go ahead on this one. You the last.
Sometimes I don't come here, tooting my own horn or beating my chest or blowing my own bugle. But when I was commercial manager at U.S. Bank, your so-called finance minister was one of my collectors. Go ask him. When a university looks at someone and gives them an MBA, it means that person understands finance. I'll leave it there. Sometimes when you talk, Isaac, I wonder sometimes what's your level of education, because you sound so small, so naive, so empty. Sorry to say that.
So let's move on,
Well,
please.
let me
We
say
shouldn't be
this.
pressing up on the grid.
Let
No,
me
no,
say
no,
this.
no, no.
The
We're not
last
going. Let's stick on the
the
script. Let's
last
stick
time
on
I
the script.
felt,
Let
the
it
last time I
mentor.
felt,
No, let it
Yeah.
mentor. I will give
you
him
can say a boy. I have
Uh,
a 42-year-old son. Are you
Go
40?
ahead, Colonel Gray. We're not going to be personal. We got to stick to the conversation,
Isaac, are
please.
you 40?
Colonel Gray, we got to stick to
No,
the
I ain't
conversation.
40
Let's
yet.
move
Okay,
on, guys.
then slow down.
Let's
Now let
move
me say
on.
this.
Let's stick to the conversation.
The last time I actually felt that asset was were being recovered in Liberia was there on John Molu. You could feel that atmosphere where government officials were on the edge. Everybody felt so shaky at that time. I don't feel that way this time. And this is the time government should be filled. I mean, officials of past governments or those who are caught up in corruption. This is the time it's supposed to be shaking like hell. But I don't feel that way. So if you ask me, I would say the asset recovery needs reset. You understand? If you ask me, I would say change the head. If, for instance, you announce that John Molu is the individual spearheading that sector, that a lot of people will start leaving town, because that's how you want to set the momentum so that people know that it's a different day. There's a new sheriff in town. I don't feel that way, and so as a result, people are joking with the process. The fact that you even announce how much. Look, even CFOS, Councilor Seymour Serena Cephas said he was going after $6 billion. Are we talking about chicken change around? Do you know how much money was looted from this country? So I just, if you ask me, I would say this whole thing, they're just trying to salvage their failure, but the whole process itself is kaput. So if you ask me, look, reset the button, bring some new faces, bring some no-nonsense individual, let them start setting up the process that when people hear the message, they'll start leaving town. That's all I can say, Stanton.
Let me unmute. Guys, we got to go to the next one today. When it's your turn, you can speak. Today, we are now moving up to discuss the issue about Fonati Kofa publish his asset. I want to start with you, Uncle Sam. Fonati Kofa, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Speaker. Today said, listen, I'm going to make this thing very clear. The President declared his asset, he published it. The Vice President, here comes the Speaker. We know that Youngbley did, and other folks. But Uncle Sam, what say you on this one? Honorable Jonathan Fonati Kofa, Rehab Community, Painesville, Liberia, blah, blah, blah. He make this clear. He make it known to the nation. Yeah, he said. Go ahead.
I went through it cursorily. I have a lot of respect for the man. He has a lot of integrity. He's also a solid uniter, because the House of Representatives that should be factionalized because of the competing interests. He goes across the aisle. He embraces everyone. But let's come back to his asset. It shows that he's done extremely well. I knew Fonati as a young boy. He's done extremely well. He's a world-class lawyer. He was the a manager of a town, Zebulon. He had some issues there. He overcame that. He's done extremely well. He's fully rehabilitated. He's well respected internationally. So he's a good family man. His kids are doing very well. And he's demonstrated that if you work hard and you play by the rules, you can be successful in Liberia. And Fonati Kofa, like Joe Boyka, they're both success stories. And Jeremiah Kuhn and Musa Ability, that we do have the opportunity and the potential in here So and Funati's net worth is more than $3 million. I'm very, very proud of him. And I hope and pray that, we can create more millionaires, more Jeremiah Coons, and more Musa abilities. So I'm very much pleased. I don't have any, I just looked at it cursorily. I haven't done a lot of deep analysis because I've been busy today, which I will be doing in the next day or so. And if I have any issue, I'll bring it up. But so far, so good. I'm very, very proud of the young man. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Fatiga, Funati Kofa, he publishes asset.
It's a good start. At least we are getting people now to declaring their assets. We hope that the proper mechanism will be in place to verify those assets, because we have seen some people in the past that just made up stories. We didn't see the assets until when it came up. He had our hair scratching. But I agree with Uncle Sam. Speaker Kofa has done a lot of. He's a millionaire based on what we see on paper. He has done good for himself. Say what you want about him. For me, I look into how does the country benefit from this. These guys have done well for themselves. Is the country doing well? Is the country doing well? Because individuals are doing pretty well. So it's time that people start to think about the country, and if asset recovery, or let me say asset recovery, if the asset declaration is something that's going to help us, fine. It's just that I don't think we are actually reaping the benefit of this whole declaration, because most time people are not truthful. The next thing that I'm seeing is that people just put things on paper. So we need to enforce it, make it actually a thing. We need to normalize it so that we do not be forcing people and sneaking to get those things out. So it's a good start. I just pray that it be a tools used to prevent people from enriching themselves when it comes to government.
You asked a good question, not to front on the Funati, right? Funati declared his asset, he published it like the president and the rest of them, beautiful. But I think the fundamental question is the country doing well? Musa Bedetiv, he's a millionaire. Funati, he's a millionaire. Vice President Kum, he's a millionaire. President Bwaga will be a millionaire after this job because he's almost there according to his declaration. You got the rest of them, Prince Moyi, Yomdi Kanga Lawrence. But it's the country, our country. Declare the country asset. Let's see whether the country is a millionaire. I mean, that's the fundamental. So I want to give you a few more seconds, speak to that. It's not a point on anybody, but the lawmakers, those in the executive, the leaders of the country, they are doing extremely well. But then our country, as evident by the people, the country is not doing well, Fadiga.
The people are not doing well, the country is not doing well. People are hungry in this country, Stender. Food security, when it comes to food, a lot of Liberians go to bed hungry. A lot of people do not have 3 meals a day. If they can get one, is by the grace of God. I've seen it firsthand.
You talk about 3, and now you say if they get only found one a day. But the declaration is showing that most ability is $32 million richer. You're showing that people get this money in the bank in asset. But then our country called Liberia and the people, and that's why we want you to take home. Let's forget about all the yama, but take home something today. Thank God for that he did. He said, I will publish this thing, and he did. He promised everyone, Wednesday I will publish it. Yeah, you go, he published it. But let's go through down the line. Those are making it known. Those that are working. Those are earning something. Those that have assets. Those that have cash. But yet and still, people are going to bed hungry. I'm going to go to Paul Kennedy to speak on this Glendy asset though. Let's wrap this asset declaration up. Paul Kennedy.
So again, go back to the tip. From day one, I want to give kudos to all of the people who've declared their assets in Liberia. But I said it and will continue to say it until the asset declaration methodology can be used as a way of evaluating who took money and then asset recovery come and make sure those people pay back. For me, asset declaration is nothing but a flow show. I said that a couple of months ago, and I'm saying it now. Go back to the data. Over 90% of the millionaires in Liberia have served in government. If people have to go to government to get rich, then there is something about government I need to understand. Why is private sector not enhanced to be making more millionaires? And everybody, that's the reason why people are trying to kill each other for government job. Sooner they hear one small, they will take medicine. Those are us who believe in voodoo, and those people who believe in killing people in the death, they will kill you to get that job if it is a government job. Look at the scrambles that people be having for job after election. Oh, he didn't support CDC, so CDC not giving him job. Yeah, no, you're not United Party, man. So where are we going as a country, right? So when I see all this asset declaration, the question I ask myself is, how is the asset declaration failing into deterring corruption? Because that's one of the fundamental reasons why you declare assets, so that you know the person's wealth before they get into government position. And all due respect to my brothers and my sisters who are millionaires in Liberia, right? But what is their experience? How are they being used now to make sure that other people who are not millionaires who got into government will not take things that are illegal or not appropriate? They will not get into black deals. They will not get kickback. It's difficult to prove corruption. Stanton? It's very difficult to prove. Corruption can be in so many ways. If I'm a government official, somebody come and furnish my whole room, my entire house, that's corruption. Nobody should be furnishing my house or the house of any government official in Liberia. But they do it, and nobody is able to point to that. People come and give you money. Oh, Glenn, I traveled today, and $1,000 for you. If I'm sitting in a government position, I should not be able to take more than $75. And those things are written in our code of conduct, right? But are we living by it? So I just think the asset declaration is a very good way, and Liberia is not there yet. And I hope in the future we can be able to use it to be meaningful over it being a big show thing. Right now, I think it's just a big show thing where people come to prove that they are millionaires. You see, I got money before I started taking this position. But how do you get that money initially? Over 90% of the people who are millionaires now in Liberia work in government position. So asset declaration, let's redefine it. Let it be meaningful for the poor people in Gongulala, for the poor people in Bupolu. Thank you.
Thank you. But Mame, I think you started the asset recovery conversation. So let me go to asset though. Then Glenn will take us home, right? Did you speak on for that asset, Mame?
No, not yet.
All right, so you go ahead, Mame. We'll make asset last then. Go ahead, Mame.
I mean, I look at Fonati's asset, but I will agree with Paul. The only thing
I've been speaking on here.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
I will agree with Paul. The essence of declaring asset is so that when you leave government, people can go and investigate the new asset you acquire over the period of time and match it with asset. Yes. I mean, people left government over the last 6 years. I mean, what have the LACC done to go and investigate and say, okay, you came in government, I mean, with 1 bedroom, today you're having 4 horses, or you came in government with this debt, and all the debt are being paid. What the LACC doing? The LACC is not doing that. That is exactly why the asset recovery team is pursuing them and referring to those properties as suspicious properties, because the asset recovery team has some of their asset declaration when they enter government. The asset recovery analysts have been able to calculate their annual earnings and compare it to the asset they have when they enter government plus their earning and determine their name on the properties to be suspicious. So you see, that's the reason why asset recovery is important, to compare. But most of that is not happening. But like we can say, this transformation can usually take time. First, to even get people publish their asset, you fight. It's been a fight for over 12 years. People fighting to get people publish their asset. Job, we had to publish the asset, he fighting, he summoned the legislature to bring everybody down. Who put the asset also? He want case because he asset king up. So it's taking time. Gradually, at least we're getting people to publish now, even though some of them still fighting not to publish, some of them delaying to publish. We're getting people publishing. Gradually, we'll get to the point where people will start even validating some of those assets because some people just put things on the thing and just leave. Who's going to counter check and determine whether the things you declare are actually true? It requires resources to do that. We'll get to that point. But I think we should appreciate the small progress we have made to the point where public officials can publicly put their assets on the internet for people to see. We'll move to that next stage of investigating, and the third stage where when they leave government, we can go and investigate. On Fonati's asset, I was happy when I saw that, I mean, the way it's organized, the way it's structured, it leaves little room for speculation. The only thing I was not sure about when I saw that he put allowance per annum, he put no allowance per annum, he only put salary. So I was thinking, I mean, if you just working salary and there's no allowance, probably there's a reason why he did that. But importantly, he declared his children. That's responsible. His wife and his children. That's what the asset recovery calls for. Irresponsible people like we are would declare their asset and leave all their children. Imagine a child knowing that this is my father. He declares his asset and liability and exclude me. Doesn't put my name there. How that child feels today, knowing that my father disowned me by not declaring me on his asset declaration. Fonati did that. That's responsible. That's a decent father. He listed his children, Marjan Kofa, Jonda Kofa, Zabed Kofa. He named defendant, Samde El Kofa, 18 years. He put the years there. That's responsible. That's decency. That's a mark of a statesman. On the contrary, the mark of a person who is not a statesman is somebody who declares asset like we are and doesn't put the name of his children. Biological children, 99.9% ownership. You leave them up. You carry a badge of dishonor for not declaring your child. So when people do these things, we commend them, regardless of which party they find themselves in. Fonati is from CDC, but it's responsible to do so. Declare your asset, declare your children. Stop hiding your asset, stop declaring your asset, and leaving all your children. It makes them carry psychological trauma for years. It's not good. That's not a sign of a good father.
So yeah, that's what we're going to praise Jeremiah Kuhn, 14 kids. He named all of that.
Good. Good.
President
Wanda did the same.
He named all of them. Glennie, let's talk to you, Glennie. I don't know how many children you got. God bless you. I will come to you, Asido, after Glennie, please. Jeremiah Kuhn, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And he got one on the way. So he looked at that would be 15. Don't get me in trouble with Jeremiah Kuhn's wife. I beg you. I know what the one that on the way. But go ahead, talk to us, Glennie.
But maybe some people cheering at our asset, shoes are asset, trusted are asset, bottom deal are asset, and cheering our asset are the bottom deal and the football and the shoe and the jersey and the Rolex watch. Those are the assets. So I don't find the president. We are if you wanted to name bottom deal the asset. But anyway, it's a good thing that the speaker has declared his asset, made it public. That's a good thing. Better late than never. The law does not require that they publicize it. And the fact that they're doing this sets a new tune for Liberia. I think the LCC can go a little further, look at the rules next year, so that they can add more that some of these things, as people are declaring it, before they allow them to make it public, that they will have a process of validating them. Because this is the thing, someone declares it secretly and then they decide to make it public, but we have no confirmation on knowing whether those assets declare are legitimate, whether they meet the values that they've now allocated them for. So I think that the governmental agency responsible to evaluate those assets needs to step it up to another process where, okay, if you want to make it public, we have to make sure that it's validated that these things are accurate, because then when you have the opportunity to come back where you have to go into an asset recovery and all of those things, you will already have the proof that yes, John Brown owned this, and yes, it meets the value for what he posted. But it's a great step forward, and it's a new day. Change is inevitable, but change is the only constant variable, whether we like it or not. Change will occur little by little, not a lot, but the little changes that are being made is being noticed compared to the past government. So kudos.
I want to say, I agree with you, Glennie. I do. Listen, I want everybody to watch Fonati Kofa. Seriously, I do. Say what you want to say. I want everybody to watch J Fonati Kofa. It's something he and myself can get along. But it's not about me or him or our attitude and behavior. But just watch his job, his working, his dealings. Just watch what he brings to the table. And I want you to understand him. I'm not selling him, no. But I just want you to watch his everyday working relationship across the aisle. He's a Liberty Party man. He's a seditious. He's working with Joseph Boakai. They are now working on different atmosphere. He's working with Young Bikanga Lawrence in the Senate. He's working with the executive. He's working with Jeremiah Kuhn. Just watch this guy and talk to me about what you think about him. Just watch him. Listen, just listen. Something coming up on Fonati Kofa. He's slow to speak, very observant. And I think he's tactical. So we will get into Fonati Kofa discussion. He's getting there. He's positioned himself as that leader that he will go above and beyond. He's positioned himself for that day. And I'm not going to celebrate him more than what you think I'm doing on this show, but just watch him. Just follow his leadership, follow his footsteps and watch him. And talk to me later. Let me bring in Asset Doe, former deputy minister on Fonati publication of his asset, the document. Asset Doe. Let's talk about it.
So Stanton, before we go there, Clay, I just wanted to express a little disappointment. I thought one of those things that should be off limit to our discussion here should be the family and kids of people. Unfortunately, when Mr. Bostori Mame was talking about the kids of another man, I saw my own sister Glendy laughing. She is a woman. We all know that President Boakai was accused of not being the correct father to his children by what her name, Representative Koluba. Should we talk those things here? Did he put the children on his asset declaration? I thought it is immature, stupid, and foolish for someone to come on national television and want to bring people's family, kids into this. Children are not.
I will hold you there. I said, no. I will hold you on your choice of words. No.
I will use those words.
No. I will hold you there. Everybody free to talk what they want to talk on. If you want to, I disagree with you. I say, ain't nobody talking stupidness here. That's a bad choice of words. Don't say somebody talking stupidness or immature. I mean, they are talking about leaders. Nobody talk about your kids. Nobody talk about your family. How can you look at someone and say what they say is stupid? Nobody say your words were stupid. I said, let's try to govern ourselves. And this is not right, my brother. So I disagree with you on this one. I think if somebody attacked President Boakai or Fonati Kofa or George Manawia, you want to talk for them, if you are related to them, but don't call that statement stupid. Defend your position, man, please. So I give it back to you, my brother.
So unfortunately, a kid is sitting on a platform using some nonsense of words on the case of other people. When we do have a president who was accused of not being the father to those children carrying his name. If we want to look at responsible and irresponsible person, we should start with the person who is accused. In my mind, though, I will never go this route. I will really hope this kind of immature will of this discussing by people who only boast of things they can never prove should be off limit. Children are not assets on the asset declaration. There is only one reason why they are there. For a future investigation, should in case there are some probable cause that certain assets were transferred over to them. They are not assets.
They are politicians. We got to talk about the children. I disagree with you again. They are politicians. I said, though, you are not Joe. We are sons. I said, though, I will say give your time. I said, though, I will say give you your time. I will still give you your time. You are not Joe. We are son. You are not Joseph Yima Bwaka's son. They are leaders. They are politicians. We sit in this country. Everybody beat on Joe Biden children, beat on Barack Obama children, beat on Trump children. They are not excluded. They are there. Their family brought them. Their parents brought them to the nation. We will discuss them. If you disagree, don't insult anybody because you're talking about your little children. No, hold your position. You are totally off cuff. You are totally wrong. I said, I must say this to you. Every day I will discuss Joe. We are a family. Every day somebody will discuss Bwaka and his children. So don't come and say to say you George brother, we are junior boy. You are not. Be mature. You get your own kids. I get my own kids. But for us to discuss politicians and leading the country children, you will call somebody stupid. I think you are wrong, brother Doe. You are totally wrong. I disagree with you, man, but go ahead.
So if I can continue.
You may continue.
A matured person is one who comes to discuss the issue. Nobody in America comes on to discuss Joe Biden children in relation to children. They discuss them in relation to crimes directly related to them. So if Mr. Bwaka's alleged son, who Representative Koluba said is not his biological son, were to do something, we will talk about him based on what he's done as a person. That's why it is done in America. So in my mind, at least we should control.
In your mind. You're not in other people's mind. In your mind. So speak with your mind.
You cut me up, but let me.
I will.
So
I will, brother Doe. In your mind, in acid do mind, in acid do body, in acid do soul, in acid do head, in your mind, you can defend who you want to defend. We are all free to discuss the issue, but do not call anybody stupid. Do not call anybody immature. Because whenever somebody talk about Joe, we are in family, you get so irritated. I know that's your God. For the sake of good habit, we are discussing national issue. Don't sanction on somebody who to talk about and who not to talk about. I think you are wrong. Take that, Joe. We are not to be president. We'll never talk about him and his family.
So I should continue now.
As long as is president, as long as they are leaders of the country, we'll discuss them. But it's in your mind, though. It's in your mind.
Again, the only person on the show, I would say maybe the most person who don't care about things posted at me. You can talk anything. I'm not talking about we are as we are or Bwaka. My main thing is let's have some limit of feminists. When it comes to things directly related to those feminists, then we can talk about it. But in this way, I thought it is immature and it doesn't make any sense. But let me continue. I know you keep cutting me.
Yeah, continue.
When an abnormal person see things not in their way, they will think all of those things they are saying are also abnormal. Most often on the show, I seriously worry about the mental fitness of Remy Gray. I will always think that probably because he was involved in killings of innocent people with blood, those things affect his mind. And when he comes to talk, always I want to sleep because he talked like a person who has some little problem upstairs. I will really hope that as we move on, we will discuss issues on the show and forget personality. We can go another way. Remy Gray asks how someone can pay more. I explained to him, why were you coming and attack me and saying all kinds of things? And everyone was there. Nobody said, you think I'm a person who, listen, I'm very patient.
But Isaac, you don't know your brain sleeps?
No, I beg you, hold on 1 minute, Remy. I will come to you. Remy, hold on 1 minute.
I got almost 15 messages for why Remy Gray.
You don't know your brain sleeps?
Hey, hold on
Yeah,
one
no.
minute, Remy. Remy will
Why
come
are
to
you
you. Don't
attacking
interrupt
my
the man.
grace, my dad? Now, Remy Gray was part of those people who killed those nuns in the church there. So probably that killing affects
They
his
are
mind.
nuns. They are
So
not
when you
nuns.
come here,
Hold on. Remy will come to you. You will have your time, Remy,
Remy,
please.
So again, on the issue of Fanatico fast, I said, listen, I read them, I went through them.
Oh, you feel it?
I think Kofa is on track to the right thing, and frankly, he did a good job with every asset declaration I've seen. I would rate his to be the best of all of them. Very organized.
Other though you are wrong. You
It
are
should
wrong
be-
today. I don't agree with you from one thing.
It should be okay. So again, I thank you. Very great. You can talk about my brother. Let's discuss
you.
the issue. That's my one.
Thank you very much. I'm going to
You
give
just
Remy.
indicted. You just
I
indicted
beg you.
Roman Gray for
I
war
beg you. I
crime.
beg you.
Next time he comes up with another thing,
Paul Kennedy way. We all want to sit back and give Remy Gray the chance to speak. He got the last word. Welcome to the
I
show.
give you 200 minutes. Very great.
Dr. Richardson, welcome to the show. And let me be frank, Remy Gray, you on the show. I cannot say more than what I want to
I mean,
say.
I'm
So
hearing
I'll
you.
give
I
it
like
to
how
you.
me get my case full. So talk.
Yeah, I'll give it to you, Conor Gray. Go ahead.
You know, Stanton,
Conor Gray, give me 2 minutes, 1 minute of your time, please. I beg you, man.
They like.
No, let Conor Gray go first. Let him go first. Conor Gray, go ahead.
Conor Gray, my man, I can hustle on the man time.
The like of I'm not going to talk much. I'll give you the time. Look, we come from a small country. All the people who are involved in mayhem and killing and what have you, society knows them. I don't need to come and chase behind Isaac Do. He said it right. It feels like sleeping. You should be sleeping. Isaac has a dull brain that sleeps all of the time. That's all I can say for that. But when it comes to those who massacred people, those who did what, all of them have been documented effectively. And once you start the war crimes court, posterity will bring people forward. So I'm not going to chase behind the little rat going in his furrow hole. Well, what I would say about Fanati Kofa, I think his behavior demonstrates leadership. I'm glad that in the next second branch of government, the first branch of government, he led the way. But one wonders what was his worth after going through what he went through in the United States and enter Liberian politics. If he had declared then, I have no doubt that Funade has worked so hard for some of the wealth he has. But one wonders how much of that belongs to the people. That is what my head dangles with. And because if you look at the declaration, almost 90% of his assets are held offshore in the United States. You understand? Look at the banks that carry most of his wealth. And probably about some flimsy 10-15% in Liberia. So if you have all that wealth, if they were accumulated from the country, what is the country benefiting from, from the speaker? Now go back and look at, he lost an asset, some part of 2 months ago. Maybe that's one of the only assets he had in Liberia then. He may have others, but on the average, I would say he did well because he came out as a leader, declared his asset. But I'm left with more questions than answers. How much was his worth when he entered Liberia compared to today? And how much of those of his wealth were earned legitimately without the suffering of the Liberian people? That's all that is I'm left to ask. But I hope it will continue on this pathway, and we look forward to to the process of asset declaration, as Paul pointed out, become a meaningful effort, activity, not just to declare and nobody checks the authenticity, the truth, and then as a result we just walk away. But how much of that belongs to him, and how much of that belongs to the people? Let's ask that question and find answers to them. Thank you.
But Colin Gregg, though, it's not only for Nati Kofa. The question should go around all those leaders, right? How much belongs to the people? Good question. All of them. All of them. Because what was earned prior to them taking over compared to what they have now is the people getting the just benefit. If you were there for 6 years or 9 years as senator, you made $3 prior to getting there as senator. Now you're over maybe 200 something thousand. You make that while you were there, but your next door neighbor, what were earned? That's the question we are asking. So it's a good question. But again, to go back to Mame, Dr. Richardson, while we come to you, Mame will jump in. What's the significance of the asset recovery there? People feeling to go home, nothing. That paper 10 dusted, rat, and everything, eat the document, whether it's on the computer, nothing. Madam Salif, government, everybody, most of them declare their asset. Where are they today? They are all flying. They all get the properties. The money they made, nobody question them. There's no follow-up. But we still crying about declare your asset. Declare your asset. Is the LDCC overload? Are they overwhelmed? I mean, why people are not doing a follow-up? Paul Kennedy, you came in with $50. You're leaving with $250. Let's check it. But everybody just like declare asset, declare asset. So then after 6 months, then what? We'll wait for the next government. Then we'll say, oh, the coming government got to declare asset. So to me, it's just BS. It's just showy. It's just a game people play. It's good to declare your asset, but nothing else going to come out of it. Dr. Richardson, after Mami will come to you. It's good to have you on while we close down this show, folks. I hope tomorrow we can discuss the engagement of Mamaka, the engagement of Sylvester Grisby, the Dubai deal that the president refused to sign, worth $600 million. They promised the people of Liberia. It's embarrassment to our country. It's embarrassment to our nation. You got people around the president over 13 concession agreement. They put it in front of President Barker. Say, sign it, sign it, sign it. You can't find one of those people get any offices anywhere in the world, but they come to double dip. We call it double dipping. True. You would give it, they would take it, and they would sell it, and they will make $100 and something million, and the country will be stuck. The buses, people say, yeah, we want it. You know that buses cannot make wild turn. Take that bus, one of them from how you call it, the New Bridge, whether the state call it the New Bridge, and ask them to turn left on going up Crown Hill. I mean, it's not fit for our country. The people that just don't care. All the minds of Liberian, we want the buses, we want the buses. In America, before they do it in the modern world, they would do different assessment. Who is part of that company? Who making the money? Who milking? The thing about the yellow machine that the executive now begin to ask the lawmakers about $60+ million. The yellow machine is in the country. It's there, it's not there. It's for them, it's for B Mountain. Everybody embrace the yellow machine. But if the yellow machine is given by the friend of the president, we want to know the whole story. People just don't care. They say, bring the machine. I see more Ali there clapping. Bring the machine. I see people celebrating. We are not stupid. We want those machines. But how is it coming? Who paying for them? Is it donation? Then a learned man or men that went to school and get degree will say, I don't care. I just want it. Hey, man, Glendy. Somebody that know it would not just happen in this Western world, in this advanced world that we live in, it would not just happen. That somebody will work and say, Mr. President, we get 285 machines, they will come to the port. Don't say nothing about it, let it come. Who pay for the transport? How much we paying for one? How we getting it? People say, don't say nothing about it. We just want to see them in Lofa. Gaddafi brought machines. They let Muammar Gaddafi of Libya. He brought equipment. They are in Lofa today. Snakes all between them. Rats and opossum build a house under them. They are dead today. I must remind you, they are dead. Muammar Gaddafi tried to invest in Liberia. You know the story. In rice, in farming, in agriculture, in everything. Those machines in Lofa today. I want you to hear, my fellow Liberians, we are not against F-moving yellow machine. It can be 285, it can be 500. But I guarantee you, before 2029, if we don't do it right, people will look at the machine and say, this is why you're sold to us. People will take picture and video and remind us, like we reminded Joe we are today, that this is why you're sold to us. The machine don't have no parts. And like the NTA, somebody will take 300,000 and say we in India looking for parts. Guys, we are not stupid anymore. We are here to educate our fellows. So how the machines are coming? They say it's to the poor, we happy. You will march and celebrate and call the Liberian Armed Forces band to big ba 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 ba. We are poor country. We got 285 machines. Yo, put the market women on the street. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya. We got our yellow machine. We got our yellow machine. What kind of nonsense is that? Are we that poor and stupid? Come on, guys. So for my closing on the show tonight, I want transportation in the country, but do it right. I want yellow machines, but bring them and let the Liberian people know. Don't sell us crap, and you want us to celebrate, and you're asking the lawmakers now for over $60 million. Yesterday was given my president, Bwaga friend, this mysterious friend, this wonderful friend. He's a billionaire in South Africa. He wanted to put 300 million somewhere in Liberia. We happy. We said, thank God. The first thing people put on the budget was 6 machines each county. Mama Ka said, no, you're making 19. 19 F-moving yellow machine. I remember, I wasn't deep into politics there, mommy. When Muammar Gaddafi was selling this thing, when President Salih was selling this thing, people were so happy that we would get in agriculture. Go to Lofa and see those machines. They are homes to the opossum. They are homes to the rat. They are homes to the snake. They are homes to the cricket. They are sitting there. They are sitting there today. And people are reminding that what happened yesterday will happen today if we are not careful. Let's open our eyes. Let guide the president in the right direction. It's a good thing. The president already wanted. He said a better thing. Are we doing it right? You ask any of the lawmakers, they say we don't know. You ask the representative, Paul Kennedy, they say we don't know anything that's happening. You ask the senators, they say we don't know anything that's happening. We don't know. All we hear the machine here, the machine coming. We happy. How much the government will pay? We don't know. How long it will take us to pay? We don't know. Is it 5 years? Is it 10 years? Is it 20 years? We don't know. How much are we paying for what? We don't know, Conor Gray. We just happy that it's coming. Is that how we want to run the country? We said the city about Jawea. At least Jawea used to show us some kind of agreement. It was 40, it was tricky, it was 419, but at least he used to give us something. But our own government not giving us anything. They said we must wait. The machine will come to the port. Then they will start talking. What kind of society bush is this?
Today, after Donor Mayor kick out of plane.
Yeah, after Donor had document for us to get cake plane. They ate the cake at the port. They had the whole document for us to get cake plane.
You may eat some of the cake. You may who gain some cake. You call me.
The document. But look at us today. We still back in that society bush. The Mamaka, the Sylvester Graceby, and every one of them. And coming, we'll receive isolation. But we will remind those that putting us in this condition, this situation, that what is not written, it's not done at all. The lawmakers stay begging for information. They don't have any. Somebody wants 60 million cash to be sent to somebody we don't know. We will not sit here and allow this to happen. We speak against this thing, because tomorrow, when you go Bon County and you see snake coming from one of those machines, they will say, "We told you so." If you go in the Cape May County and you see rat coming from one of those machines, we say, "We told you so." When you go Lofa County again and you see opossum living on one of those machines, we will take picture and we say, "We told you so." Let's get it right. Let's do it better. Mommy, let's close the show. Paul Kennedy, Asido, Sister Glendy, Francine, let's close the show. I'm done. May you have a good day till we meet again.
Brought the whole machine thing in, and then you're just starting a new show.
I have it. How you do it?
Sometimes you can call Glenny's sister. Sometimes you ready.
Yeah, I can't be calling Glenny's sister. You bring the whole machine thing in, you finish laying it all, then you say, let's close the show.
Every day I get different name. Gwen, JJ, GJJ, sister.
But anyway, we will close the show on how we started. We'll talk about the machine business, maybe tomorrow in detail, or the day the machine arrives. We've made a position on the machine issue. That position has not changed. We'll emphasize it. We'll tell our people where we stand, what we support, and what we do not support. The same position we have on Iboma and Eton, the position remain relevant today, and we'll hold those same position on the machines. We'll flesh it out when we talk to our people and make them feel comfortable about our position, and we'll advance way forward. I mean, that way forward is something even the government is supposed to pay us for. But we'll say it here on how we can move forward with that. So we'll talk about the machine tomorrow, but we'll close on how we started. I mean, the asset recovery will go on. Those who assets we are investigating, the government is investigating. We know the Supreme Court will hear the case on the 4th. Supreme Court will rule and will proceed. Those who stole from the government, President Boakai administration will make every effort to restore assets. That's why we come back to asset recovery. It is a responsible thing for every man to take ownership of his child. It's responsible. It is irresponsible for a man to not take ownership of his child. President Weah declared his asset. Fanatikova declared his asset. Declare his children. The children are not assets. His children are his children. All the other people did. Vice President Boakai, Kung, Nyombli, Delon, everybody did. That's responsible. That's decency. Some children, what even you don't own them, but you declare them on your asset because they live with you over a period of time. You see, for nothing you put there, you say dependent. It makes the child feel proud. It gives them some dignity that, oh, my father declared me publicly. That's what responsible people do. We take stab as President Weah for legitimate reasons. He declared his other children and neglected the rest. Some of them whom he initially neglected, but DNA results show 99.9%. That's your child, my brother. You have to identify with your child. If you don't do so, 10 years from now, that child realizes, my father did not only deny me privately, but deny me publicly. Even after he insisted and called for a DNA test that showed 99.9%. People like Glenny then, who are advocates for children and women, they will feel sad and jittery that another child is going on a lifetime psychological trauma because her father denied them publicly. So they have to speak to that. So that's why we raise those issues, so that other responsible father cannot adopt a responsible attitude. Lastly, Stanton, we talk about this whole thing about government procurement. And as I come by here and give example, utility person, our government, why should I pass through you and I pass through you? Then it will be additional cost on me. For heaven's sake, you work in government 6 years. Government procure everything from the private actors. Government doesn't go buy stationery from the stationery store. They hire people to do it. Procurement. Government vehicles. Government could just say, okay, I will go and just go buy a vehicle. Government go through Tata Motors and all the different people to procure government vehicle. There's an economic reason for that. I will say it later. I'm not teaching economics yet. But the point is, government as an institution uses private actors through procurement to procure goods and services. Procure cars, procure stationeries and supplies, procure air tickets for them to travel, pay for hotels through them, procure almost everything through private actors. But only when it comes to procuring parts for NTA, then it becomes a bad thing for government to do. Government should not do it. Government should go and buy directly. In some instances, you do it. But to argue that, oh, it's wrong, let me give you an analogy. With 3 years at the government, when you want to buy from me, just go buy directly. If you buy through the man, the price will increase. So government should close down all the stores. Government should close down all the stationery stores and buy everything for itself. Since government is the largest buyer in the country, single largest buyer in the country. Government should close down all the car stores and go buy car directly. All the airline tickets that are providing ticketing services, government will open their own ticketing services in their offices to buy tickets directly. Government doesn't function that way. Government functions through procurement processes so that private actors can make money and then they pay taxes back to government from the money government paid them. That's the circular flow of the economy. From the government to the private actors, from the private actors to individual, from individual to taxes back to government. That's how it works.
Thank you, Mami. Thank you very much. We didn't discuss the IMF bleak situation with the government of Liberia for the meeting today. We're going to talk about it tomorrow. The IMF is signaling that it's damaging. They are very concerned. They had a big meeting today, and they're saying that the government situation is bleak, B-L-E-A-K, bleak. They said the government have to do a turnaround for IMF to come strong. The situation is so bleak that they are so concerned. That's from the IMF, not from me. And I hope our country and the leaders can redirect the focus and do the just thing. Asido, please.
Yeah, so in closing, let me just say, I know I use one word that Stanton was talking about. You know, I didn't use it to a particular person. I use it on the act, but always it's good to apologize. So I want to take that particular word back, and all the other thing I said remains, it stands. Just that particular word that I said, and I want to take it back. Apologize, my apologies for that. But every other thing I said stands actually. So you know, we've talked on so far so good everything, and thank God you've just mentioned it, Stanton, in the last part of things you've said. It is very important, especially when you understand how the future of a country will look. I have said times and again that when the IMF comes in the country and they start their program, you will get to understand how the country will be in the next 2-3 years. And yes, like Stanton rightly said, we've got to know today that the IMF did have a meeting with the government and told the government that based on all economic factors they've reviewed in the country, the future of our country is bleak. Don't believe me? Wait for the IMF report. If you want to be concerned of the future of our country, you should be concerned with what they've said, because a lot of things will be tightening up just to ensure the future opens up. Government will have limited options to do certain things. There where problems come in. But again, on the issue of government is always in the business of of saving money, reducing costs. Any government that is not looking to reduce costs, save money, I'm not sure they are in the interest of the people. If government wants to procure cell phones, it will be a very cost-saving thing to directly buy the cell phone from Lone Star Cell. But yes, there are people down Wallaside, Broad Street that are selling cell phones. It wouldn't make much of an economic sense to go to them and then they add fee and then they go to Lone Star and then they buy. So if there's a link of a possibility where you can save costs, do it. Yes, there are ways through which government go through third party, it makes sense. But in an event where, for example, something is only produced by a single person, it will make sense to go to the person and get it. It still helps the country because the money you're spending will be returned through revenue that will be generated from whatever you do. It is cost saving and it is good for a country. Once upon a time, we had something to buy. My guys wanted to do a third party and I asked them why not go directly to the vendor. We went to the vendor, we saved some money, and that was a good thing. I'm sure that should be a good thing to all of us. The issue of the buses, the government is going back. Say, no, that us, we bring buses. Oh, please, people, take time. You got 6 years to change Liberia into Washington or New York. 6 years. Take your time. Don't stop running to look for something until you're messing up things around here. And I wanted to end on this. Yesterday, we came here and we tried to talk to a young brother who we feel is young. You know, we should also support him because we are young people as well. Or the current port manager, Dukle. Today, he was on OKFM and using all kinds of voice, you know, on say seditions. I don't think it is good. I will reiterate again, brother. Leave the politics out of it. I mean, you saw what happened to you today on OKFM. It is, it was embarrassing. I'm sure you can attest to it. If you want to put your hands into the politics of it, brother, you will not win this one. You cannot be paying $2 million from a $7 million in 6 years and want to make out of issue. We cannot bring our country to this level. Many years in the time past, people were not paying their contribution to government as a news. Today now, once Ali pays to the government, that news. If you pay 2 million of 7 million in 6 months, that news. And then you won't say, oh, CDC people this. What CDC people got to do with that one? You don't want to put your own thing on Facebook. You don't want to remember that you're supposed to raise 7 million and you only raise 2 million in 6 years, that you would likely be short 3 million by the end of the year. So this ain't got nothing to do with it, brother. Again, you are a young man. Do your work. Leave the politics out of it. And trust me, I'm giving you a free advice, brother. If you were to go the political route, bro, you will not win it. And I can tell you, you will regret going there. Please don't go there. On Friday, I will be in Liberia. Like I said, I will be on the same.
That's a lie. You're not going to Liberia. Don't lie.
No, I'm leaving from here tomorrow morning.
You're lying. You're not going to Liberia, man.
Out at the party headquarters that celebrate. Stanton Waterspoon will be coming in the future. And we want to start preparing for that.
It's so crazy. Let's go ahead. Let me bring it in for Kennedy. Paul, you're muted, Paul.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, there's something revealed here by other doors. Stand on John CDC.
For one, so it can stay. It can stay for one, so.
Don't get John CDC that crime.
No, I just want to know if that's
no way.
You know, so, but I thought it was a good show. You know, just like we said, the show began with the whole asset recovery stuff.
It began with your story, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, as we said, as far as it is concerned, there are speculation and rumors. I've not had any official documentation coming out of that. I'm calling my contacts in Monrovia. We are talking. So I did not want to actually emphasize on myself to make the show about me. This show is always about the Liberian people and those ills that hinder their personal, their individual, independent welfare. You know, the asset declaration, the asset recovery for the vote declaration started on the wrong footing. Normally, we have the tendency as Liberians to do things before planning. You know, the schools that I went to, and I went to some very good schools. People say, kind of like graduate, I went to Western, and then I went to Howard and graduated from there. But in all of my career, you plan before you act. because the plan informs your strategic actions, and then you see your key activities before you are able to even cause them to know what you're doing. Unfortunately, the asset recovery team, I don't think they dive well into their planning process, as alluded to here by our brother Martin Colley. So what I will urge them to do is to continue to follow the more theoretical process and be practical in imposing that. Plan, then you act. Don't act before you plan. When you act before you plan, will land you into court. The asset declaration is a very good thing. Everywhere in the world, people have declared their assets, have a reprimandation activity. People who did not declare assets, people who did after a certain government position, had to be followed by certain activities. Does Liberia have those activities in place? The other day I asked the question, and they said, oh yeah, I think LCCC or LACC should be responsible to make sure people who declare assets are actually doing the right thing, and they now should be the one to follow up. I definitely agree with Glenn. When you have a governing body in place that's supposed to make sure that a certain process is followed, that body should make sure that happens. So asset declaration without making sure that it is authentic, I think it's just facade. And then the issue about the buses, well, the yellow equipment before the buses. I've seen a lot of yellow equipment, especially, Mami, I don't know when last you were in Bopolu, when you reach Pole Hill, from Pole Hill all the way to Fokwata.
What happened to him?
And the man in America.
Yeah, what happened with Dr. Richardson and Conor Gray too?
Yeah, good night. Good night.
Talk to us.
I got nothing else to say. Great show. See you tomorrow.
Well, something surprise happened. Dr. Richardson.
Maybe Dr. Richardson. Maybe she made me say click the house.
Conor Gray. No, Dr. Richardson didn't do that. I see them coming back on. It looked like.
But why did they go off?
I don't know.
What happened?
Yeah, what happened?
I don't know. I just got kicked out.
No, we were still on. We were still on. Mommy.
I got kicked out too. What? Like in Washington, I'm getting kicked out or what?
Everybody, when he left on.
I went the back first already.
Well, we need to figure out who kicking us out. But you know, like we said, I'm
suspecting Glenny. Why is she laughing at that too much?
And Glenny lives in Virginia where they get a CIA headquarters. Listen, Glenny lives in Virginia where the CIA headquarters is.
How you know I live in Virginia? How you know?
Stand on, and tell me.
No, I don't know what Glenny lives. Seriously, I don't know what Glenny lives.
Not tell me where you living. But I think, you know,
don't get me in trouble.
Before we buy all these equipment, I hear people say, oh, you're carrying 19 to every country, you're carrying 15. I really love our country to have yellow equipment, yellow machines, right? But what is the sustainability plan? Do we even need 300 and 285 at the moment? Is that what we need at the moment? Do we need 50? And how are we going to apportion that? What are the key strategic activities for those yellow machines to do? If we don't sit down and do that math, we just go put 285 yellow machines on the truck and on the ship and bring them to Liberia, I can almost guarantee you we will not know what to do with it. It will be a waste of public funds and it may not benefit the kind of development we want. Why it is good for us to have all the yellow machines in the world, my appeal to government is to sit down to come out with an effective strategic plan of the sole need and intent of the yellow machine before they can invest money into buying it. You don't want to buy the machine, they said it now, then you start thinking what to do the machine with. Machines are not only for building roads. Machines are for so many things. And I will caution them to do so. As far as the buses concerned, let me correct you. I don't think the buses that President we have brought in the country were 45 new buses. I want to disagree. 45 new buses can now spoil in 3 years. If those buses were 45 and they were all brand new, then we need to be asking the NTA
the only reason you cannot believe it because you feel that 45 new buses cannot spoil in 3 years. That's the only reason you can't believe it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying
that's the reason you just gave.
Stanton, you need to convince me that the 45 buses the former president we have brought were brand new buses. I don't know which country would that make 45
I'm not
brand new
saying
buses
it.
and
It's right
donate it to
online.
them.
Paul
No,
Kennedy, Paul,
online
my
where?
brother.
No,
Paul, hold on
listen.
now.
Stanton, we are all educated here. We are
Paul, the Indian people delivered the buses to Liberia. They were brand new, Paul.
Brand new.
I'm not gonna fight with you whether you believe it or not. And another thing here, Paul, you went to Howard. I went to Burlington County right here, and I went to Sutton, Jersey.
No, we're not talking about which school we went
So
to.
I didn't go to your Ivy League school.
My man,
But for you to say,
can
you don't think
understand that
because, for
45
you to
buses
say,
for in
for
3
you to
years?
say, you don't think because they are brand new in
Paul,
3
it's
years
not
they were
true.
not spoiled, there's a problem with you.
Paul, it's not true. Right now they have about, I think, either 22 or 23 buses.
No,
They don't have 22 buses there.
They got listen,
They don't have 22
I said
buses.
do is right. Let's hold on now. I said do is right. They got 22, but only 5 functioning, only 5 working.
No,
Okay.
no, it's not
So
correct.
the rest of them, they took 300,000 to go look for spare parts. But what can they finish? Let Paul finish. Paul finish up.
Okay, so
No,
let me
no,
finish
it's
my
not
point.
correct.
right.
Mommy, when last you went to Liberia, I was just there. Buses always pass by me.
No, but they're not 22 buses there. The other day, I only 5 or even trying to get it up and running. Don't tell me it's
No,
23
it's not
buses.
true.
But as the door, you and I left at the same time.
Well,
Don't be saying
I
that
have
you're
problem
misleading
with the
people.
management of the buses. Let me tell you.
Brother,
But
the
45 buses.
Brother,
They
they got buses that can go to Buchanan, that can go to Ganta, and other parts. Like,
Yeah, I say start showing our show, but this is not CDC show. Let Paul Kennedy finish.
Yeah.
Paul finish. Yeah, man.
So I will still have to believe that those buses were brand new. And there's a policy, Remy Gray, with the GSA. There's a GSA policy that the country does not buy a used vehicle. So, go call the GSA. I don't have their document here on file running around with it. So you do your research. I'm just giving you that. So there's also a Ministry of Finance policy that you cannot buy a used bus or used vehicle for government use. That's why after 3 years, they amortize the vehicle and then they give it over to the first user as somebody who will be able to buy it through the GSA policy. After 3 years, all those Land Cruisers you see, after 3 years, they gave them over. Other people can bear me witness here. There's a policy on that. But what I'm saying is, if these buses that we're talking about are used buses, nobody should spend money to buy it. The government should be able to do their assessment to see that our money will be worth the value of the buses we're going to get. Normally, what I've seen people do, they've been donating used buses to us, right? So if they donate it, we can take it. But for us to put $60 million, $30 million, or $20 million in a bank and go and give it to somebody who's bringing 300 used buses, I don't think it's a fair use of the Liberian people money. And finally, I think this platform, gentlemen and ladies, should be educational to reach our people to inform them. We have a chat room that we can go in and insult each other. But when we come on this podium, other door and the rest of them, you got to stop insulting each other and attacking each other on this podium. Conor Remy Gray is here, he's going to talk for himself, but calling him a murderer who went and killed people, you just indicted him into war crime court. If I was bringing people, I'll be bringing Conor Gray to justice until he can prove himself. So I think this kind of thing really brings down the value of the show. And as a big brother on the show, I think the only board that I mean here, Conor Gray and the old man, whatever. Old man, do my man, you're not older than me.
that mommy man looking at the piggy with Asia.
And so it is good for us to hold the integrity of this show, and one way we can do that.
Let me just give that kind of advice and you say to in the back. So let's do it in the back, Paul Kennedy.
To be responsible and not, attacking each other on the show. So thank you all. I thought it was a very good show.
I'm concerned that they will fire you. I'm concerned that I know you don't want to speak on this issue, and I know Conor Gray got to come in. But yet indeed, Sylvester Graceway is after you. You will make sure that you be dismissed. And I just want to add that there.
So. Stanton, my service to the Liberian Public Health Institute was solely sacrificial. I am capable of making 10 times the money I am making now at the Public Health Institute here in the United States. In fact, while I'm here, I've already gotten 3 offers of job that I'm looking at, trying to consider. Hey, but Paul Kennedy, you had to work, Paul Kennedy, you had to work. So I said, no, I'm going back to Liberia. So if I get there and Sylvester Grisby and Stephen Kennedy decide I'm not going to work there, they want to fire me, I don't have power to fight government. But I will always make my view objectively heard on this podium in favor of the welfare of the Liberian people. If somebody finds that offensive and want to fire me for that, well, they can go ahead and do that. There's a time trial now for right alone. There are a lot of people who have come to town and fire a whole lot of people, but today we see that they are passing around with our job. As a Doya, your minister, he fire a whole lot of people. Today he didn't get a job, they fire him too. So,
You're right.
but I don't want to prioritize. I don't want to
Agree.
prioritize the rumors I'm hearing. If it comes to an issue of validity, somebody will call me and they're going to tell me you are fired, and then I'll understand that. But until then, let's consider it rumors. Until
Thank
we
you,
get
Conor
documentation to that.
Conor Gray.
Stanton, again, I would say most people would have, went to the courts to bring a lawsuit against someone like Isaac Doe for his level of accusation. Sometimes he says the non, sometimes he says the massacre Lutheran Church where I lost people. You understand? But sometimes we take all of these kinds of stuff, we dust them out because we got thicker skin, and I feel these are political, maneuvering. So I don't take that seriously. But most people won't take allegation lightly, especially when it comes to war crimes and massacring people. Isaac lives right there, I think, in St. Paul. If I wanted to go bring a lawsuit against him tomorrow, I would do that. But Isaac probably needs to realize who I am. I could be Isaac's father. I have a son who turned 43 soon. Unless Isaac is 45, then he cannot be my son. You understand? So when we come on this platform, he can support whoever he wants to support in politics. But to come and make false allegation and throw lies, and Isaac could not have been 15 when the war started. I doubt it. So he doesn't know most of the facts. And people like him probably doesn't even have the courage to take the TRC report and read. So he knows who did what and when. But he does not have that luxury. But so I'm not going to chase him in his rabbit hole. I know definitely when the war crimes court start, you will hear some of the truth. There was a guy who was self-deported or who left the scene because he was accused of carrying the Lutheran Church massacre. There's another guy, John Vambo, who was found to have been the perpetrator of the 5 nuns. So Isaac has now read all of this information, so he can come here to make allegation for something that will satisfy his political masters and so on. But so let's move on. One of the things we need to accrue as a people is the ability to manage what we have as an asset. Look, you can give us brand new items, you can give us new items. Our ability to maintenance or to maintain those things. You understand? It's one of the problems we have as a people. We are the only country where probably you have a building that has been there since it was constructed, has never been modified, has never been maintained to the level where every year people carry on, even your home, Stanton. You have to always go ahead and do some slight renovation or upgrade it to the level. We don't do that. The same thing we treat our items. We get it brand new, we wreck it, we leave it there. So it's not a matter of brand new or old or used. It's a matter of our lack of maintenance as a people. We have to incorporate that as a culture. Until we do that, we'll always go for the new ones. And the new ones will last probably 2 or 3 years, they wreck. Somebody is alleging that they brought 45 buses in our country. In this place, the Metro Transit, some of the buses they've been using for the last 10 years, they're still pliable. They're on the street simply because they maintain them. And if you ask me, maybe only Dr. Richardson and probably Alfred Yuga can diagnose people for living. Look, when they ask you for your strength, or resources or asset. You name your family members with whom you have positive relationship. That is a strength. So yes, it can be included in an asset listing. Your strength, your resources. So if somebody comes out, they're in a different world. You know, we all come from different backgrounds. People don't understand why a human being can be listed as an asset. It's called network. People who learn and support your well-being to accomplish your, you know, your happiness, the pursuit of happiness. That's us. That's an asset. But you know, somebody may not see it that way because they're not in that realm. And the country we come from, probably children and family members are so valuable. People don't consider them to be asset. That's why we always feel we're alone in the world. And at most, if you can try to borrow some of these ideas from the like of Fonale Kofa, who saw his children, or even those who live with him as asset, definitely will begin to have some humanity incorporated in us. Most times, the way we see our fellow man is the way we carry on in life. How would you see your child and don't consider that an asset to your well-being? How come? Who doesn't know that? Well, it depends. We'll come from a different world. Well, so Stanton, the only thing I would say about the bosses, I think if this was a goodwill gesture by somebody and they're trying to sell something to us, yeah, let's buy something more tangible, something that will last us more. Well, it should not be everybody trying to pocket money and as a result, they bring in their own people they can push, you know, and get some money and then get their cuts and so on and so forth. That's pay for play, and that's where we should be opening our eyes. But if somebody wants to be good and kind to us as a nation and say, hey, I have X amount of buses, if you guys can make use of it, hey, it's free. Why not take it? But if we're going to spend money on it, let's make sure we get something that will be that we can hold on to for a long time because our people need that. That's all I can say, my brother. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Colonel Gray. I want to say thanks to all of our many followers. We love you. We wish you well. Come back again tomorrow. We got to talk about the deal concerning the Putu Mountain and the $600 million. That was so awful. But Mama Kai and Sylvester Gracefield, we got some document we'll be sharing with you. A fair flat because some good people in government advised the president not to sign on that deal. It was a fake thing. It was just quick money scam. Okay, we have to say this, folks, and I challenge folks in the government that will say this a lie. Come on, come and tell me that's a lie. They have 13 different concessions that they run through, and I asked the president to sign on them. Some good people said, President Boyka, please avoid those things. It will lead to massive sanction. It will lead to a lot of different explanations. Don't do it. The president pulled his hand back. Our country is in a very serious place. The IMF. I said, what IMF mean? Can you tell our people real quick we got to go? IMF, International Monetary Fund. Did I get that right, I said? Did I get that right? IMF, the International Monetary Fund, they are saying our country needs to change course. They had a big meeting today, Colonel Gray. They said Liberia needs to change course. There's a lot of stuff is happening. A lot of stuff moving too much. The country is not there yet to balance out. And I will say this. They call us, they told us, they watch spoon, they follow the network. They want us to tell you that we should advise our president to change course. One of the things they're looking at, who in the good heaven will look at Liberia and give you 285 F moving material worth millions, hundreds of millions, and nobody can talk about it. Something just don't seem right. Something just doesn't smell right. Ask your representative in your district, ask your senators, what do they know about this thing? Open the phone and ask them, they say they don't know. But the machine are coming, it's in the country. Mo Ali say it's in the country. Ask Mo Ali what actually Mo Ali know about this 285 yellow machine. Let Mo Ali explain where the money comes from to pay for it. Let Mo Ali explain whether it's a good, you know what, they are free. Are we paying a dime on it? Can you ask this question? Where the money coming from? I mean, we need to find out. Somebody say, oh, it's going to get a government chance. No. If we keep quiet, this thing will happen, it will happen, it will happen, and it's bad for our country. The government should have announced. So we are getting this equipment, Conagray, we'll be paying this amount. We are getting this equipment, they are free. The government should be on record to tell us the 285 F-moving yellow machine free, and everybody will be happy. It means that the government owe nothing. The government should announce that the 285 F-machine will pay for it, and this is the amount. And we're asking the lawmaker to make the money available. Right, Conagray? And we will be happy. How can you take 19 of those machines in Grand Cape, my Conagray, but then your children will pay for it till they're 100 years old? While we beat on George Manor, we are Conagray, some of these things were done on the table. Nobody could question. And that's what's so frustrating. The lawmakers are mad because the executive is not speaking. The one for a meeting, President Baga said that my friend gave it to me. And the how it work? Conagray.
But Senator, while I was in Cape Mount in 2008, I saw a lot of abandoned machines, yellow machine in the bush. They're just there littered all over.
Who living in them? The animals.
Exactly. I think that's again our problem is maintenance. I think the UN or so, UNDP were the ones probably was.
That's in your area, Cape Mount.
Yeah.
Go to Lofa, that Muammar Gaddafi from Libya, the late.
Yeah,
It's
the
a
great
whole other thing
machines,
for agriculture.
beautiful machine, John Deere machines.
But our thing we're saying right now, can you inform the Liberian people how we getting these documents, these machines?
No, I think it's necessary. You know, giving a pass with Eton and Igbo map, I think it's necessary.
Exactly. Well, I mean, what's actually going on? Why are the executive? Why Sylvester Graceman thinking that they might have this thing? Who benefiting? Mamaka flew to South Africa. Sylvester Graceman. If somebody or billionaire came out and said, I will give this over 300 million or whatsoever it is, equipment to Liberia, we want to clap, we want to say thank you. But then don't go and ask for Nati Kofa, don't ask the lawmaker, don't ask Jomdi Kanga Lawrence, don't ask the Pro Tem and all of them to give you $60 million. I mean, what's the story here? 4 million and my friend gave it to me, the next minute gave me 60 million. I mean, we got to open the minds of Liberian people. We want the machine. We want plant our cassava. We want plant our rice. We want plow the road because we spent 22 million on a muddy road that rain season now we can't even go anywhere. The road is so bad. And they say that 2S maintenance project, you know that's a scam. The same company then they get a contractor, the company not going to face the road, the road battle. You know that was the biggest scam. After the Sylvester Graceman taking money to go buy cars, that was the second biggest scam from Public Works Roland Giddings. And he was covered up by Aboche. Aboche said, I forgave the man. So the thing the senators doing now, they're forgiving everybody. You watched the Senate yesterday? Oh my God, Western guy was so mad. You can steal money, you can do anything if you go there and people say, we'll forgive you. And we'll break that story tomorrow. Western guy was so mad because everybody saying, oh, my man, let's forgive them. How your work is the oversight and you forgive me? I didn't know your work was Christianity that you must say, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they're doing. We're going to get it stole. And you said, let's forgive him. So you not all the senators are Jesus Christ on the cross now. Conagray, he looked down and he looked like he said, Father, forgive Roland Guinness. For you know now what he's doing, he can walk with 22 million. the other minister will come. Father, forgive the minister for they don't know what they're doing. Oh, into the hand we commit our spirit as senator. God, come and lie to the Liberian people. Every goddamn day, the work of, what are the three cardinal functions? Do we have forgiveness there? Are there 4 now? Can somebody help me? The 3 cardinal functions of the lawmakers? Maybe we're gonna have forgiveness. That would be the big one. One, oversight, right? I said, though, representation, right? And what the third one?
Lawmaking.
Lawmaking. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's add the fourth one, forgiveness. So is that three no more? Oversight, representation, lawmaking, and the last one you tell a senator or your representative forgiveness. You find this lawmaker that are supposed to hold these people responsible. They're telling them, say, Father, forgive them, for they don't know what they're doing. Is that what's going on with the Dillon fashion? What's going on with this Abache? Where everybody just muddy in the water? What's going on here? The whole Senate, not tend to be a forgiving Senate. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they're doing. Lord, have mercy upon the minister. Because you know what? The minister that gave them kato, they don't give them kickback. So they have to add another. They have to add another responsibility, which is forgiveness, onto the cabinet function. Then the last function now they have created this year, under the Joseph Yima Boaka administration, is the function of forgiveness. So all the ministers can go steal. Father, forgive them, for they don't know now what they are doing. Rolling Kini stole and lied.
Well,
and said,
you're confusing me now. When the pastor for former president did something, you say we should forgive nine times.
I agree that the pastor tells that, but they got it. So let the lawmaker and tell us what we're doing now. Okay? These guys that were still clear. Father, forgive them, for they don't know what they're doing. They were there again. They were talking in the Senate. Wait, and they say you were there. What make Besson got there, Nancy? You were there. You were recording. You were going live. And everything was here. Father, Amarakona will go to prayer and say, Father, forgive them. Aboche, Father, forgive them. Delon, say, Father, forgive them. Youngly, say, Father, forgive them. So the work is to forgive. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. That's the kind of lawmakers we have. They will never tell you anything that will benefit you. They will be there and say, forgive them. They will be there and say nothing. The light gone off, LDC gone. All of them hustling. The executive hustling. The lawmakers are hustling. All of them are turned to hustler. You can't spoon to get vexed. Everybody digging hole. Everybody fighting for themselves. Everything that my asset. Yellow buses that my asset. Every moving machine, yellow machine that my asset. Don't touch it. The $22 million for road that my asset. You can't touch road and Giddings. The road fund. Josita Winton that road and Giddings access. You can't touch her. Finance ministry now go mute. Buama Kamara is a bobo. He can't say nothing because he's an asset to everybody. These people were crying every day, begging you to vote, begging you. They were crying. Now they all turn to asset. They have turned to asset, and you found somebody in their own asset declaration. They have turned to asset. Then you found somebody in their own asset declaration. It's getting embarrassing. You have court of cartel members around the president. Every day they can lecture the president, we bring this one, we bring that one, we got to move this one here and there. Our country is getting to be in a place that we cannot, it will be so hard to redeem our country. It will be so hard if we can fight with everything in us. Let them insult us. Let them say what they want to say, but we got to fight. Everybody have become asset. Everybody chopping. How can you say you bring free stuff in the country, but you're asking for $60 million? But you said it was free. You said Cape Man will get 19 free. You said Grand Bassa will get 19 free. You said Lofa will get 19 free. Why are you asking for $60 million? I mean, it's mind-blowing. Are you paying for it? It's a $60 million to transport it. You said this guy is a billionaire. He giving it to Liberia free. He got his own ship. His ship is bigger than Titanic. It's at the port. I didn't sign any contract to keep quiet. I didn't sign any contract with anybody to keep quiet. What we did with Joe, because he didn't perform well, we'll do it to you if you don't perform well. I didn't sign any contract to keep quiet. So where is Mo Ali? Where is Stephen Johnson? Where is Amos Stewart? Where is Amin Bodal? Where are the people? Where is the Reverend Luther Tappet? Where are those people that were in the Pupu Water championing? Let's talk about where is Samuel Kofi Woods? Where is Jacob Akoli? Where is Charles Snyder? Where is Anthony Cassidy? Let's name them. Where is Boma Kamara? Where are those people that say we will bring the change and bring the change immediately? Why Boma Kamara so quiet? Because they're sucking the blood out of his jugular vein. They're stretching the vein. Go look at Boma Kamara today. He can't breathe. He's sick. Because every day somebody calling him for money. Man, we need the money for our entity. We need the money for our business. We need the money because you know what? We need the money for the ministry. We got to operate. We need the money here and there. Where are the people and why? The man can't sleep. He's sick. He's not telling no bubble. He can't talk. Boma Kamara will appear on every network and talking to beat on Samuel Twelve. Where is he today? Why isn't he speaking? The law makes us simple, he can show face. It's embarrassing. We don't have the budget. The actual one that Joseph Boakai signed May 8th. We don't have it. It's not up there. You know, it's a crime. The budget was signed by the president. He should have sent it back. I don't know what it fits in the budget from May, June. We're going to July. We don't have that budget yet. We do not. This is not the change we call for. This is not what we removed George Banawea for. This is not what we removed Samuel 12 for. You champion it. You said we could have done it right. Where's the budget? Where's the one that was signed? But everybody will pick up phone and call Boma Kamara and call the budget. What's the woman name? I beg you, I said though, Tenant Bernstein, right? And call and say, I want no money. Colonel Gray will get on and call and say, I got $3 million in that thing. Send him my ministry got to operate. But you in CIO, it's not even online. We carrying the budget. We not tell the budget to dig hole, cover hole. Nobody knows
that's how the budget has been. That's why we need to revise the method of budgeting. People hide stuff and then collect it from the back later on.
Yeah, but
that's why it's so inflated.
No. It's so be online, Colonel Gray. When the president signed it, he sent it back. It's going to go to the foreign ministry. They turn it to bill. And all lawmakers supposed to get it. It's going to be a public document, right?
Yeah.
The people collecting the money for the budget, nobody's seeing the budget document. You don't have it. The one the president signed, you don't have it. But everybody collecting what they have in it. So nobody knows. I said, no, am I lying?
No, it's true. It's true.
Well, what's the budget? I said, no. What's the budget document yet? I mean, it's embarrassing. We flogged George Banawea. We beat on Samuel 12. We beat on Samara Wolokoti. I can do it again and again and again. We stretched our vein. We couldn't sleep just to bring Sylvester Grispe to slow walk this thing and be the most corrupt individual in the government. They're everywhere. Sylvester Grispe fingers. Go to Sylvester Grispe house in the evening. It's like the second executive mansion. All the ministers are going there. Because they can't take it to the mansion. Go to Sylvester Grispe house. Everybody going with their own fire. You think that Tana Maggie house was quiet? Sylvester Grispe, go to your house in the evening. I told you my beginner to take picture. They will soon be sending it to us. Maybe because I announced it that he will stop people from going to your house. Go to Sylvester Grispe house. Everybody carrying a photo, their fire, everything, all the back operation is at Sylvester Grispe place. Sylvester Grispe is a whole government. It's the room, it's like the Vatican in Rome, right? Or city in a city, or the country in a country, whatever you call it. Sylvester Grispe, whom is the second executive mansion. I mean, Why would sit here and just do the go up there and see for yourself if you're in Liberia? If you want the address, we'll give you the address of Sylvester Gracefield House. You think my give house was something? Go see the big shots. I mean, they got to not destroy the government so quick. So if we don't fight, if we don't speak up, we got nothing left. Nothing. How can you bring 600 million and say the government will get 600 million? You lie. Just because you want to destroy the Putu Mountain concession. You brought people with no office space. Nothing. I mean, every day we say this thing. But then you ask yourself, though, then why is 8% of Bwaka keeping him? Conor Gray. Why is 8% of Bwaka still dealing and waiting with Sylvester Gracefield? It's frustrating. The man is damaging the entire government. I got so many documents on Sylvester Gracefield. So many documents that the government will not. The IMF come and say you messing up. Who else will come again? Who else? World Bank will come and say you're messing up. These are the people that help our country, though, because our country cannot help themselves. The Medtech something that Vlad, the CTN that Vlad, the LDC that Vlad, because Sylvester Gracefield getting a kickback, and he telling President Barker, say, let's keep them. And that President Barker high school friend, so President Barker listened to Sylvester Gracefield. For one man, the country going to be destroyed. For one man that had no interest of voting for President Bwaka, for one man that never campaigned for President Bwaka, for one man that have said, I will not vote for you, you are not going to be a better president, I'm going to vote for Mr. Kwame. For one man, our children are dying. For one man, our children are sleeping, going to bed hungry. For one man, there is no LDC today. For one man, our
Pastor Witherspoon, let me take leave of you. Pastor Witherspoon, let me take leave of you. I'm pretty sure Nancy Colette is in the background crying.
I will rest on this one. I know you want to shut me up because I'm firing right now.
I'm taking leave of you. I'll let you preach. I'll stay in the back and listen to your sermon.
Thank you. Nancy, can you come on?
So,
I said, don't hang out with me.
Right. I'm here with you. I'm here with you.
For one man. For one man. Yeah. For one man, the price of rice is almost $20-something just because Sylvester Gracefield. Just because he told
very great. Can you come 1 minute?
He told the president, said, Mr. President, let's cave into the rice cartel. Because he said, Mr. President, let's keep Medtech. Because he said, Mr. President, let's keep CTN. Because he said, Mr. President, let's go to NASCAR and get the money for those cars. Mr. President, it's okay, don't worry. We are bringing 285F moving machine. We'll tell the people to pay later. Mr. President, it's okay. The people said they will give us 600 million for Putu Mountain. Let's take it. Mr. President, I am your gatekeeper, and I'm telling you, it's okay to rob our nation for one man.
You know, when you explain it there, I can want get juice to be drinking juice for my, No,
I'm not doing it because of you. I'm doing it for the goodness of our country.
Oh yeah. No, you are a good man.
For one man. That we always sit over here and wait for time and season. That when President Bwaka is satisfied, then you will remove him. Then we'll replace him. We will wait for time and season. That when President Bwaka is satisfied, then our country, then he will remove a friend from high school. A friend Sylvester Gracefield from the same university. A friend that turned his back on him. A friend that said, I don't like you. I don't like your leadership style. I will not vote for you. But Liberians are going to bed hungry in the darkness of darkness. No LDC. Because Sylvester Gracefield said, keep money captain. For one man. Just for one man. I want to send up, while I say this, let me say, Beatrice Corver, happy birthday to you, Mama. Wherever you are, Madam Beatrice Corver, you follow us regularly. I want to say happy birthday to you, Mama. Enjoy your birthday tomorrow. We'll put your picture up and we'll announce it better tomorrow. For one man, we always sit over here and wait while our country go into hell just because we want to please one person. What kind of country we find ourselves in? Just because of my friend. Just because of my friend. Just because of my daughter. What's the real story? Just look at your child when you go to bed tonight. Just look at your daughter. Look at your son. Have they eaten? Just look at them. Those of you that listen to us on the radio, have they eaten though? Did they eat today? When they going to bed? You now hustle, 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 hustle. You hustle raid. The same people that you fought for, you brought them to power. You call them, they can't answer the phone now. Those same people now, you turn to be the gate man, the gatekeeper. You now go Broad Street, you tired, you now go single, you now go Boulevard Party. They not promise you nothing. A raid. You came home, your wife looking at you, nothing, a dry. You gotta go to bed hungry. The children crying, they're not in school. You won't go out, it raining like cat and dog, you can't make it. Your wife look at your wife, say, hey, so we'll go to bed hungry? You say, go try your auntie. Go call your uncle. Maybe they'll give her 1 cup of rice. You know why? Because the gatekeeper to Joseph Boakai have damaged the communication. So Sylvester Griswold don't know you. When you were in the poo-poo water, he don't know you. He cared less about you. He was in America in Congress eating for the million. When you were walking every day, campaigning for Joseph Yuma Boakai, Sylvester Griswold was in America. He don't know the suffering. He don't know your pain. He don't know how you have cried. The youth wing for this district. The youth leader for that district. Sylvester Griswold care less. You can cry from now to Judgment Day, cry me a river. He doesn't know you. But when all said and done, President Boakai say, I will bring the person I don't know you to be the gatekeeper. So the relationship is cut. That relationship is cut. You cannot get through because Sylvester Griswold don't know you. All the promises gone. The only thing people operate on is all Vlad. Look at some of the documents we have. Look at the amount of money that been moving around like crazy. To get 1 cup of Powerball, 5 broken rice, you can get it. To get a piece of cassava, because rice price go up, cassava price go up. I know the people will come and say, oh yeah, don't mind staying here and there, but I'm telling you, it's rough. No medicine in the hospital. When last you see them going to JFK to go assess? Let me ask you, when last they ever went to JFK to actually do assessment? Look at Lofa. The nurses, they're on strike. People sick. No nurses, no doctor, they're all on strike. Man, we just got into this, man. I know I want to call some friendship up. I know some people will not talk to me. It's okay. It happened during job. We had time, we survive. We still survive. We still survive. The embarrassment is too much. I'm not saying this because I don't think there's a hope. I think there's a hope without some individuals. I think there's a hope. There's an actual hope without some scammers. The king, the hijack, the scam. And you people that fought, they have turned their back on you. It's time for the young man, the young women to stand tall. Do not be deceived no more. You don't have a long time to live. Do not be deceived. You're young. You're 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Look at the University of Liberia. Look at Fender. Look at the situation, things happening. With vision buses, with vision computer lab, with vision all the different kind of lab, with vision good education for those that are attending the university, good campus, cafeteria, air-conditioned classroom, electricity. Do you have electricity at your campus, university, Fender, or on the main campus? Do you have a fitting computer lab or cafe that have internet? Do you have it, Nelson? You've been there before, Nelson. Can you go on the University of Liberia campus and see an internet cafe that students will be sitting in and be researching? Is it there, Nelson? Is it? Somebody said the government just came to power. No. The government been in power, somebody said it time. The government know how to turn things around. The government just came to power. The same players were there. Go to the University of Liberia tomorrow. Tell me whether you can stay there when it's dark. No LDC. It's dark. Nelson, do me a favor. Tomorrow, Nelson, while on the show, please ask Choco there to go to the university. Let's do a recording. It's dark. Yeah. I'm speaking to you now. University open. We'll be there till 10, 11. The computer lab. People know. Education is a key. We're suppressing our young men and women from good, better education. You'll join us tomorrow. Let's love Liberia. Let's think Liberia. And together, let's build Liberia. That's the only message I take from Joseph Boakai. His heart is good, but he brought people to choke that message. And those people must go. He brought people that are scamming the system. And they go and sit with him and lie. And flashing something small. And you know, 80-year-old man, people want to see good things for the country. But the people heart is not to the country. The heart, they care less about Liberia. It's all about themselves. So I leave this with you as you join us tomorrow. And I will say this every day God gave me life. Let's love our country. Let's think about our country. I say the truth because I don't want job. I don't want any favor, so I have to say it. So if anybody think that, yeah, I want job, so I will kind of polish and defend the person and defend that person, no, you will not do it yet. We'll check you. You want your job, go find your job somewhere else. You want to defend your politician that's stealing from the country and protect them, you think it's better, go ahead. But I will say to you, together, you, Asido, Nelson Colette, the rest of good Liberians in the country that want that change, we will have that change. We love our country. We think about our country. And together, we will build our country. By fire, by force, you like it or not, we'll build our country. We'll chase the old past all of the holes. We'll chase them. You like that your business. You like it at your business. Once I see it, once I hear it, I will talk it. Because above all else, Liberia remains supreme. Have a good night from my end. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God shine his face upon you and your generation. Though you don't have it today to eat, but just remember, the Lord that sees you will provide for you. Though it may be dark and scary, but just remember, God stay on his throne. He will get you through. The God that delivered you from the war, from the situation of hardship, he still got you. He's watching over you. He will see you through. Be not deceived with what they promise you for just $10, for just $5. No, your life, the life of your children, not on $10 and $5. No, it's on a better Liberia. And God will see us through. Be blessed. Good night, my friend. See you tomorrow. I said, though, man, good night, man. Good night. Nelson, sorry to run into your time. I don't know what got into me today, but good night, Nelson. Happy birthday coming up tomorrow.
You have the work of the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit got on you today.
Look at that. Beatrice Coleman, happy birthday. We'll sing that birthday song for you tomorrow. To all the panelists, Dr. Frank Saint, Chinua Richard Saint, Glennie Jane Genius, Uncle Sam Jackson, Paul Kennedy, Asido, Ed Remy Gray, Momme, Fadika, and everyone else. We want to say thank you for being part of this great show and be blessed. Nelson, take it away, man. I'm done.
And you know, Sandra, before we go quickly, I beg you, let me say this to clear my heart. Sandra, Mr. No, we've been talking, you know me. My heart cannot be good if I say some negative things against someone, especially who's older than me. They say politics, you ain't got no small child, big child, and old man being inside. Once you in politics, you're all the same. But you know what? When Remy Gray was saying, I say, I guess someone who fought it, I felt bad. I really just wish we shouldn't go this route. If you want to talk your thing, talk it. Because when you bring my name there, Remy Gray always attacking me. I will So today I just felt like, let me just give Remy Gray small thing. But again, they made him a big brother. I don't feel good when I really say these things. I would disagree with you on the issue with going back to go personal like that because he came and attacking me, saying all kinds of things, how to respond. So Remy, you are my daughter. Please. But only thing when we come here, let's just, let's attack the issue. Forget about me. What food I eat today, what food I eat. The time I was studying, which pen I used to write. Leave those things. Let's talk about the issue we disagreed on. So sorry, for the way you felt, man. Saying your son 40 years, I'm not 40, I felt so bad. But I want to get it down, man, to you.
Thank you, Asido. That's what make you a man. Let me say this: early voting start for Winfred Russell in Minnesota. Winfred will be bringing on the show tomorrow. I will call him and see if they are available to come on tomorrow for us to talk, for him to talk to you in Minnesota, to get up and go do your early voting. We'll talk to Winfred. We'll try to bring them on the show because early voting start on Friday. Okay? We got to energize the base of Winfred Russell. Again, we wish him well. Nelson, thank you very much, my young friend. We appreciate you. Appreciate the management of Spoon Network. This is Spoon Talk. We got nothing to do with Spoon Network, but we are paying our dues to talk to the nation the best way we can. Take it away, Nelson. Asido, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And folks, we want to say thanks to everyone tonight for being here with us on this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Many thanks to our folks across Radio Land, those of you following on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV, to our folks across the country on radio, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5. We appreciate all of you tonight, and we look forward to being here tomorrow with another edition of the program. Until then, I'm Nelson Collier. Thanks for following. Thanks for listening. And bye-bye for now. Coming up shortly is the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. Our guests will be the folks from Centile, Anderson Miaman and Anthony Jerry Yakula. They'll be here tonight. And it's going to be more about their reports, their own assessment of the government. We're going to be going deep into that. And that's coming up shortly in about 3-4 minutes from now. Until then, have a good night. Till we meet on the late night show. Bye-bye for now.